Anthropic is working with the NSA to use their Claude Mythos model for cybersecurity. They'll only be using this for defensive capabilities, right? They'll only use this for defensive capabilities, right? No, the NSA is using Mythos to conduct offensive cyber operations. Now, to be clear, the article actually says it is unclear how the NSA is using these capabilities. So will they use them for offensive capabilities? We just don't know. Before we continue, I wonder if you can guess who this is referring to. Quote, you could parachute him into an island full of cannibals and then come back in 5 years and he will be the king. Which well-known AI leader is that a quote about? We'll come back to that in just a second. All right, really fast, let's take a look at the nucleic acid synthesis thing. Shout out to my man Andrew, who's been doing some incredible coverage of AI news on Twitter/X recently. I'm not sure if it's Andrew Kuran or Andrew Curran. Not sure if I'm putting the emphasis on the right syllable there. But as you'll see in a second, all of the big names are signing this letter in support of mandatory nucleic acid synthesis screening and record keeping. As life science researchers, builders of AI and biotechnology, and experts with a wide range of views on how to approach AI policy, we call on legislators to make screening of orders for synthetic nucleic acids and the equipment needed to make them mandatory. What is the potential issue? Well, AI systems now outperform PhD level virologists on questions about highly technical laboratory procedures in their own domain of expertise. What this means is that potentially these newly released models could help somebody craft their very own small batch, artisanally crafted, farm to table or lab to table virus. And so they're calling for careful screening of orders of production for these synthetic nucleic acids. And the list of signatures is star-studded. We have Demis Hassabis of Google DeepMind, recipient of the 2024 Nobel Prize in Chemistry. I've said this before, but Demis, to me, carries an extra weight when he says certain things. And with his work with AlphaFold, his work with the Gemini LLMs, and the newly formed Isomorphic Labs, I definitely would not dismiss this. Of course, we also have Sam Altman, we have Dario Amodei, Alexander Wang. So he was of Scale AI, later acquired by Meta. We have Paul Graham, who's the founder of Y Combinator. By the way, that whole thing about being landed on an island full of cannibals and then 5 years later becoming the king, that was what Paul Graham said of Sam Altman. By the way, the list doesn't end there. It's more people. Most of them, we know their names. We've heard their names. We have Mustafa Suleyman, CEO of Microsoft AI, who recently maybe went from kind of maybe like a little bit the outskirts of AI to very near the center with the release of all the recent Microsoft models. I haven't personally tested those yet, but it's obvious that they've been cooking. We have Patrick, the co-founder of Stripe. I'm sure we've talked about these two names on this channel before related to something. We have Peter Diamandis. Most of these names we've heard before. Importantly, it's not just the AI industry. We have the CEO, co-founder of Twist Biosciences, of Ansa Biotechnologies, and many others. I'm not as familiar with these names, but the point is this isn't some AI lab scheme to get some PR and some marketing exposure. These are people in the genomic space going, yeah, this is a good idea. OpenAI published a biodefense in the intelligence age, an action plan to defend against these issues. I want to do a whole video about that because it's been something that I've been kind of paying attention to over time as we're checking all the model releases. They always kind of have one of those biosecurity capabilities, risk analysis, and always that's kind of been in the background, slowly increasing. And all of the leaders of the AI labs, they were saying at some point we have to start taking this seriously, but it always felt like it was at some point in the future. So I want to do a deep dive into that maybe in a separate video, but today there's this. So here's a quote. On days where everything works well, I can't help but think that nothing I do matters. Everything is automated and better and faster than I will ever be. But then there are days where everything breaks and I don't understand why, and I realize I have no idea what I've been up to anymore. I have to duck out of the way a little bit. This is an anonymous AI researcher over at Anthropic. So it's the year 2026 of our Lord, and this is real. This is happening in a Bay Area AI research lab. This is not science fiction. So this is one of our best and brightest. Somebody probably that showed a lot of promise at an early age, went to a good school, learned computer science, I assume, probably excelled in his class, was smarter than his peers. And what he's saying is this kind of a thing that we've heard in science fiction writing before. Or a few years ago, we've heard it as something potential that we would have to contend with as AI gets better and better. So what he's saying is AI got to the point where it's so good that it does things better and faster than he or she is able to. That's when it's going well. And there are days when stuff doesn't work very well, and this smart human individual doesn't understand why. Again, because AI is driving the process. And that's what a super
All right, guys. And,
human AI feels like. The point being is that there are humans alive today that are encountering this for the first time and kind of coming to terms with it. When things are going well, you feel like you can't contribute fast enough or get out there. And when things go wrong, you can't even understand why or what's happening. And this is from a blog post that was published today by Anthropic. It's called When AI Builds Itself: Our Progress Towards Recursive Self-Improvement, RSI, and its implications. And I gotta say, I'm a huge fan of this little animation that they did here. That is just phenomenal. It's kind of this recursive animation, and I think it explains and illustrates it really, really well. Bravo. And if you haven't read it yet, I do recommend you take a second to read it, especially if you haven't been really following what's been happening with AI progress. If you've been a follower of the channel, first of all, thank you. If not, please subscribe. But if you have been following maybe the first half of this article, you're going to know most of the things that they're talking about. These are topics we've been discussing since 2023, I believe. So in those days of yore, right, we had chatbots. And that was basically a person talking to a computer and AI model. But as we were saying even back then, that's not AI's final form. AI's sort of final form is agents. We have our coding agents, autonomous agents, things that are able to work for long periods of time, run code themselves, delegate hours of work to other agents. And so that's today. So autonomous agents, that's kind of where we are now. And notice the next step is, sometime in the future. They're calling it closing the loop. In the future, agents could become capable enough to build and train models themselves. If this happens, future versions of Claude could be continuously improved by Claude itself. We talked about this when recently they recruited Andre Karpathy to be part of the technical staff, which apparently that's their kind of job title for everybody. Like they're just all part of the technical staff. But it seems obvious that the reason why they hired Karpathy is to work on the self-improvement aspect, Claude improving the future versions of Claude. RSI, recursive self-improvement, etc. And they mentioned things like the meter research. You've seen the chart. It's the rate at which these AI agents are becoming faster and better at completing important software engineering tasks. So I'm sure most people have seen this chart in one form or another, but it is an important chart whether you've seen it or not. This shows progress over the years in the AI agent's ability to automate certain tasks, and this is measured in the time that it takes humans to complete those tasks. So not how long the agents work on those tasks, but how long it would take a human to complete the equivalent task. Notice it's a log scale, so it goes from 4 seconds, 36 seconds, 6 minutes, 1 hour, 4 hours, 16 hours. Now, there's a few people out there, I've showed you some of the videos before, that have said that progress has stalled post GPT-4. So they're saying there's massive progress between GPT 3.5 and GPT-4, but then there was a wall. Remember that when they were saying, like, we've hit a wall? Some people are still saying that. Meanwhile, and I got to give credit to Adam Binksmith from AI Digest. We've had an interview with him on his channel. Very smart guy. Loved his interview. If you have a podcast in the AI space, great guest to have. But I got to give him credit because as far as I'm aware, he was the first person to point this out. And looking at this chart, it's pretty obvious, but it wasn't at the time. Somewhere like around this period, he noticed that this curve looks very different from how it looked before. Because kind of here's the curve if you trace it all the way back to GPT-2. But if you're just looking at the reasoning models, if you're just looking at the more recent models from 2024 and on, I mean, it sure seems like that curve got a whole lot steeper on, again, a log scale. If we switch to the regular view, kind of the linear scale, I mean, you can see that exponential curve, how quickly it goes up. End of 2025, we had GPT 5.2 doing a task that a human engineer, it would take them, let's say, just under 6 hours to complete. A few months later, we have Claude Opus 4.6 doing something that takes 12 hours to complete. So it doubled in a few months. And 2 months later, it jumps to 16 hours. But this area, they're saying it's unreliable. They thought we'd never get here. We have more time to build this benchmark. Nope, boom, it's saturated with what they had. But they're saying likely at least 16 hours worth of work automated by Claude Mythos Preview, which again will be releasing soon to us. Like maybe within the next week or two, potentially in the same week as we expect GPT 5.6 to be released. Going back to the Anthropic RSI article, here's kind of their code contributed per person by quarter. And so again, that shape should be looking pretty familiar now. It's that steep inflection point. It's that exponential inflection point where stuff goes from slowly or not at all to all of a sudden. And so each bar is showing on average over the days in that particular quarter, lines of code merged per active contributor. So if Claude was an employee, this is what their sort of productivity chart would look like. So across 130 employees from Anthropic's research team, around 4x as much output with Mythos Preview. So they are 4 times more productive with these AI models as they would without models. And this is working on the same projects that they normally would have been working on. Here's where a lot of the naysayers, I think, kind of muddy the water because they'll say, oh yeah, like it might be good for some trivial tasks, but it can't solve open-ended problems or certain specific problems. But if we're looking at Claude Code session success rate, notice it's improving across the board, not just trivial tasks, not just routine tasks, but substantial tasks, open-ended problems. The little fluctuations can mean changes in workload. So don't pay too much attention to the slights up and down. Look at the overall trend. Where's this trending? Here's another quote from an Anthropic employee saying Claude written code was somewhat worse than the human written code at Anthropic in late 2025. Is roughly at parity today. So it wasn't as good as the smart humans at Anthropic, a year ago, half a year ago. Now it's on their level, and they expect it to be strictly better within the year. And I'm sorry if you've heard me say this a million times before, but it bears repeating. Throughout this whole time tracking AI progress at any step of the way, there's always some collection of knuckleheads that are saying like, oh, but here's something that
We're gonna watch some reviews. See what
co-producer is going to give you unique sounds that actually fits your track in seconds. Let me show you. First, let it listen. Chicago, 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 Chicago. It's a city that's exciting, it's a city that's inviting, it's a city for a woman just like me.
Welcome to the Chicago vlog.
I'm hearing a deep ass voice though. One more time. Say that though. So many nights. One more time.
Money stacked in the wall, it's secure. Doc did an ultra scan on my heart and it's pure. I can sit back and tell you all we can endure grind. Many nights. Catch with different countries, I take every kind.
All right, come on.
Yeah, this is my,
It's a vibe.
you know what I'm saying, a little balcony. You know, it's my, I took a bedroom to bed. I like working in my crib. I got a real warehouse with studios and everything by Hit Factory.
For real?
Again. Pause it first. To the. I know. Really need to turn on beats for the day and start.
If you ever want to use it, you can have it.
That's hard.
But I like working like,
All these hard?
yeah.
In motion, that's hard.
Yeah, I like shit.
That's hard.
Yeah, I'm on.
That's one thing I got. In my home studio, I got it set up like this. Well, but I like how you got it around, like.
Yeah, because I have it playing all at one time, and sometimes when I don't want to play them all the time, I'll play this one or that one. But usually turn the mic on. Like I love, you know, I grew up loving Dr. Dre and Quincy Jones, and you know these guys was around so many speakers and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Shit look crazy.
What I want from you is, you know, God willing, the massive hook, and I'll obviously a verse that's just gonna fuck them up.
Yeah. You got that dog. We the best music.
The biggest in your league in your millennium. Need a running back, we need a running back. Somebody hold my back, cause I'm coming in full attack. Need a running back, we need a running
What do you guys think about this?
back. Somebody hold my back, cause I'm coming in full attack.
Hear that?
Get Drive My Way and get a personalized.
I had to get off that shit. Lagging with.
You don't really like him, right? Huh? You don't really like him.
No, I love it. Maybe.
Free for profit type. Rapping for you guys. Yeah. What I do. But I really need to live my life and go and manifest. I'm about to money dive in the pool cash. I'm about to do it like I need to get that cash. Money and I get it like I'm stacking fast. Know about it like now I gotta have. Money, I'ma get it. Funny how I hit it though. This is how I live it though. I've been in my own zone. This is how I gotta flow. I'm indigo. Listen to my mind like I'm so divine. Every time I gotta grind, I'm living in my prime. Like I got a while in the mind of my diamond. They just see me shining. I'm minding my business. I'm with my windows. I had to go get it. I had to go with it. and calculus. The magic and bliss, ideas and wishes, and you are my missus. The missus, I'm missing the love I envision. Acceptance, opinions, aroma, connection, the inner reflection. Here to lead as I'm here to see. Flip a coin, I'm that proving point, that more strength. Who am I? How am I to do it? Do it like it's fluent, working like I get it, but I get it how I spit it. Murdered the mic that I see my life, then I say I understand. How am I to see the stands?
What you want to do is save hundreds when Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
That's great, but can you ask your friend to stop digging into the grave?
Today, we're trying. Go ask. We'll let the spell be when you really talk to. Up onto the stage like a maid, flip another page when I'm looking at the spell book. No rook, really I'm a king. Up into the scene, really I'm a royal bloodline. Every fucking time, it is so divine, like it really should be a crime. Cause I'm really in my prime. I'm a red dot dunker, off in my bunker. Hit you with the dead, hit you with the red spot, hit you with the red dot, hit you right so you dead. It's life, wait, kinda weak. Turn up the beat. Like whatever. Wake up in the morning, wake up in the morning, it's all about working. Try to never hesitate, but I know I can't be late. Try to never hesitate, but I know I can't be late. I just know I need to grind, need to take my time, but it's all about that balance when you're building up that balance. All about that balance when you're building up your balance. I know. Ready somewhere out on the mountaintop. Loading up for my next shot. I guess I killed it pop. Poster loader up, poster loaded up. Like I gotta hit that spot. Digits are in, make it so big. I don't wanna leave the thread. When you win, gotta do it like a fuck with the green dot with the green swap. Guess I got the barrel swap. How am I to do it? I just do it, fluent. Coding my keys, I'm running my matrix, I'm stacking my cheese. The moment I'm making the game, it's just shaking. It's mine for the taking. If I'm not mistaken, I'm breaking the kick. Beat right now. I can barely hear the gotta do it. Code my keys, I'm running them bitches and stacking my keys. The moment I'm making the game, it's shaking. It's time for the taking. If I'm not mistaken, I'm bringing the cake and you're cooking the chicken and bacon. But that shit is taken. Like, what can I say? What can I say? Doing hip hop all day, playing like I'm playing with my words. This shit is all scores. This I sharpen up my skills. Stacking $100 bills.
Before termites move in, we move in. Ehrlich Pest Control.
I can't help but feel like I owe everyone something. What about the people that owe me?
Just send a Zelle request in the Chase mobile app.
Yeah. Make your own mode like you make your own mode. Coded my key, it's all up to me. Opportunities to open up the door. Opportunities as you open up the door. Emotional control, how you gotta flow. Energy control when it's all about what you really know. Energy is how you really gotta flow. $100 bills at the $100 bills. They said I'd never make it until I really made it. Now they wanna love me, but they put me. Now they all wanna love me, put these rappers in my stomach that I said that shit is really, really yummy. I don't give a fuck why these rappers coming. Just told them what I gotta do. Doing how to keep building up like a building bird, bigger than you ever heard. Building up. I don't like it. I don't like it. Go to my sauce, I am a boss. Now it's my body, then I learn. Now it's my body, then I learn. Then I learn, then I learn, then I learn karate. Practice this stick, practice on my hits. I'm a boxing, I'm a golden guy. Think I got it, straight off the leash. Like I said, take it on, on me. And really, let's go.
Isn't got that smoke?
In my own mind, with my own thoughts, with my own beliefs, this is what I believe. Bleed with my own mind, bleed with my own thoughts. Everything I think, and I think to the universe. The verse, how am I to make it dirty? Making money, daily contracts, keep the payment. Every time, how am I to really get the grind? Brighten up the mind, brighten up the mind. After I be swinging with that shit. I just get the mag out, ammo with that bag out. Always see me riding with ammo. Always see me not smoking camel. But I'm riding on the camel. But I'm riding on the camel. Honey Muscle. Honey Muscle had that super hustle. Honey Muscle had that super hustle. That is the mind, the interstate mind. That is the mind, the interstate mind. How am I to do it? How am I to do it? Went to the ball, told him I would really ball. Got some new kits just so I can flip the shit. I'm Aladdin with the stock, so much profit with the rollie in the box. With the match and easy prop. I'm just so high that I'm stuck in the bliss. Life that we live, it's the life that we live. Call practice, as I'm painting all these pictures in the present. This is how I get it, like a money mission. That's the money vision. Try to do it different, try to make it different. Why they try to hate the image? Now I play it like a scrimmage. Watch me go and do it, make an influence. I'm about to do it back. Cause I'm back at it like a rap addict. Get it, how I gotta go and spit it to them critics. Put it in the stand like, really, I'm the king, I'm the man running all the rules. This is how I run them, right? Like I gotta do it right. This, I ran out of words. Trick or treat upgrade, always flying first class. You can talk about it, I'm about to be about it. You can talk about it, I'm about to be about it. With that hyperspeed space flow, counting money at the dough. Stacking money, crypto flow. AI systems they don't even really know. Serve it with my sauce like a information boss. Let the space be slow. How am I to do it like I'm really in the glow? Loading up the beat to be constant speech. How am I to do it if I do it like a thief? If it's really me, is I do it like a beast. Gotta get the money like I'm coming up the leash. Hello kaboom, hello kapeesh. Hello kaboom and hello kapeesh. Hello, I'ma do my victory dance. Fuck, no,
I want to share with you the #1 tool that we are using to halve our sales cycle and to massively increase our sales conversion rates. So the way we do.
You already had this one. The flood.
Isn't got that smoke?
It's good on you. Yeah. All about that.
JP.
All about that. Having the right homies ain't not harder. Don't need no database when you got that book. Think about the dictionary, put it like a disc in your mind. Every time, maximize your matrix. New car, new kick, king of the matrix. Mind over matter, 5-star platter. Belly getting fatter. Lose some weight from the chatter. Call me Mad Hatter. Put the money in the motion. Time to let it all flow. Time to let it all flow. Let the stove float up to the top. Let that money non-stop. How you gotta get this funk? How you take your time? Take your time. Do it so divine. You can't never tell a lie. Every moment. Look in the mirror. This my $1 billion year. 2026 Lambo doors. $1 million course. Music what I meet on the beat. This is what I mean. Making a loop. Time to just shoot. The new video in a new city though. Living at large. Luxury cars. It's all in my pocket. I guess I'm in charge. Big baller. Guess I really know. How am I to really flow? How am I to really go? You could tell your A&R, I'm a real star. out my magazine. Mechanical movement, monumental moves, manifest moments, mirroring out $1 million attitude. I just live in the now, all terrain in this plane, plane of existence, manifest, no resistance, no goal, out my distance, revving up my business like I'm ready for this mission, heavy ammunition, but I misunderstood definition. Not no pirate, I'm a patriot. Most could just debate with it. Got a genius move mindset with a genius mindset. I can barely hear it.
I want that artisanal, thick and toasty, melty golden, ooey gooey, love it one.
Award show. Make music for my mind. This is not no award show. I make the music for my mind. This is not no award show. Woo. I ain't being selfish. I ain't being helpless. I just need to do it like I'm never reckless. Had to buy the necklace like I had to check it off the checklist. Holy matrimony like I had to stack that macaroni. Rappers talking blony. Why they acting phony? I just see myself on the top shelf like I had to do it. I ain't being selfless. I ain't being selfish. I ain't being selfish. I ain't being selfish. I just see it in my mind like I did it with the blueprint, intelligent team. This is just me. Had to find it like a luxury. My music is a rarity. Most these rappers really can't compare with me. City filled with chronic tales, I be on it with some algorithmic matter pattern. Wordplay is crazy. Got my spirit on the front line, ready for my headline. I'm changing up the game, but I'm changing up the city, making hits on the making hits the bang, always use the one big thing. Lyrics. Gotta go to the next book. I'm again in it. And the last the world say. Living the life, I'm breaking the code. Time to let the soul grow. I had past life visions, and I get a new beginning. Past pain that I've gone through, and it never happened. Why my soul is really crashing.
Bundle home and auto, and you're protected 365, 724.
24/7, 365.
Tomato, tomato.
What is it?
What is
Not hip hop beat. Not in. Hey, Mo. Wow. complicated. I just had to conquer it. Why the world look like it's so complicated? Everyone hating and debating. Said, how am I to go? I just need to conquer it. Building up my confidence, roaring to my reservoir. Get some money, get some more. You're distracted in a world where no one really gives a shit unless you really make it. Unless you really don't miss. Build a schedule and a checklist. You won't ever miss. I'm an algorithm. I'm an algorithm. I'm an algorithmic. Hadn't missed it. How you think I missed it? How you think I got so hot when you learn a lot? I'm getting wild. Now I'm getting wild, counting non-stop. I'm getting wild, counting non-stop. But people begging for it, how am I to operate? Is that Anna out the code? How am I to out the code? Time to let me go. Walking out some other shit, now I'm on some other shit. Never knew the alien lived until they really gave a gift. Now I'm living out the bliss. I'm in a digital dilemma. How am I to be a digital manner? When you gotta close the gap, gotta use your money to the max. Woke up with the goal, always learn more. Woke up with the goal, always learn more. Woke up with the goal, always learn more. Wake up, call it blast. Cards in the green. I'm the monk in the market with the centralized dream. Got the BC ring, easy king. When you got the crown with the extra piece pistol, comes to a drip. When it drips all around like I don't chase no hype, cause I come with the crown. We don't give L's, we just learn lessons. We just get vibes. How we gonna live it like we gonna go and never do it wrong? Gotta go and be about it. Don't talk about it, going by the dip. Throw it at the tip, throw it at the tip. Going by that dip and throw it at the tip. Straight to the moon and let it all rip. Let it all zoom. Crypto punk in the golden room with 1 coin, 1 shot, 1 boom. Boom bag boys, we don't assume. We go to the moon. Go to the moon. Go to the moon.
Hello.
Do you want to play with me?
Sure. You want me to help you with your groceries?
God is key. Your Akashic code. God lives and beats all moral codes of life. Love in the moment and now. Just another day. Just another day in my life. Just another day. Another day in my life. The depression makes diamonds, right? They try to never bleed in the vision. Yeah, how you gonna believe in a vision? Had to prove them wrong, had to show them my ambition. Had to show the haters that they never really listen. Had to show the winners that I'm really, really winning. It's just another day and a day in my life. I'm a warlock on the block and I'm ready for war. Get this money, make some more. Get this money, make some more. I'll play for the money, but I'm free to go. How am I to really find my goal? How am I to get paid living off my goal?
Navan, the #1 rated business
Going
travel
slower,
platform, lets your
but it's
team
going
book
fast
work travel
because
in one place.
I don't
Flights,
wanna use my
hotels,
full
cars,
potential.
while staying within budget and
Go.
earning professional rewards.
I'm an underdog. Yeah. Underdog dream. The dream. The voice when you see the heart and voice. I just wanna be seen. I just want the big drink. I just want the same place. We all place, but we feel different. I just want the big screen. I just want the big screen. I just want the big screen. I just wanna live it. I've been feeling lonely, like how am I to get it? Like I really still believe if the world wanna see what I really see. I just really wish the world really seen what I seen when I seen the big dream in my heart. Heavyweight on my soul. Gotta turn this order. Cause I listen to my voice, I've been feeling lonely, but I won't leave. I've been feeling lonely, but I won't leave. No, God put something in me, something greater in me. I just wanna be seen, I just wanna be heard, I just wanna live the big dream. I just wanna live the big dream. I just wanna live the big dream. I just wanna be seen, I just wanna be heard, I just wanna live the big dream. I've been building up my words. Building up my words, it's on my mindset. When you feel lonely, searching for love, hope she gives me attention. I hope it's not a bluff. It's all in the moment when you're thinking in your head. All in the moment when you're thinking in your head. I know, I fall. I go, I know. Sometimes I just want peace, no racing thoughts. No late night battles, no overthinking every little thought. I don't wanna think too much. I don't wanna think too much. I don't wanna think too much. I just wanna breathe. Let my heart calm down. Let me feel free. Let me carry thoughts and be free. When they're just weighing on me, I just feel it's so alive. I just wanna be. I don't wanna think too much. I don't wanna think too much. Too many old memories run through my head. I can't just think about You guys like this food?
Look, switching to T-Mobile 5G home internet was worth it for the speed alone. My patience ain't built like that.
That part and setup was too easy.
Learned it from Makashi. Feel the vibes that I feel. out like there's 10 of me. Crypto, that's a money tree. I'm moonbagging like a moonbag boy. Big boy toys, I got crypto money. Big boy toys, I got crypto money. I've been on the block with the blockchain. I got big chains. How you think I earned this blockchain? I earned it from the blockchain. That's how I got the big chain. How you supposed to make a little? How you supposed to make it in a saturated world? Everyone wanna be heard, everyone wanna be noticed. Find a new me, find the power to fame, and find a new me. Back like I go, I flow, I know. A real life, hope like the rich life. I'm counting money like how they think twice. I just wanna be me, I just wanna be myself. I just try to make a change, try to not change someone else, but I try to be myself. I'm living in a simulation, it's matrix. Everything that we're living through, changing history. Guess it's really you and me. Everything you listen to. I don't understand who I really am. Always had a plan. Really, I'm a leader in command. And this money and the music really about to slam. Alright, let's go back to 1 hour though. We got 1 hour in so far in the morning already. Day 8. We're on day 8. Yesterday was day 7. Holy moly. Week 2 of the 100-day stream. Week 2 of the 100-day stream. So we're about to do our little workout mode. So listen to this.
Get a personalized rate based on how your family drives with Drive My Way. American Family Insurance.
We find ourselves in nowhere.
Kind of stress first.
Virtual reality.
Welcome to the simulation. Flip a coin. Simulate. Now.
You are just a teeny man. I am like titanium. You are not no Iron Man, and I am just like Superman. Super Saiyan, I'm just slaying. Super Saiyan, I'm just saying. Roared up, poured up, power up. Roared up, poured up, power up. You are just a teeny man. I am like titanium. You are not no Iron Man, and I am just like Superman. Super Saiyan, I'm just slaying. Super Saiyan, I'm just saying. Roared up, poured up, power up.
Rolling up something to calm the nerves. Sipping on champagne while taking the curves. You don't know the truth, you just know what you heard. Taking your name but not taking your word. Take it for nothing cause that's what you worth. You're running your mouth instead of putting in work. You go for my mind cause that's where you're weak. I aim at your head cause that's where it hurts.
I smoke a blunt to push the pain back. If I wasn't high, you'd probably see me out here battle rapping, poisoning, publishing, writing raps and packing cones, premeditating productions. Got me deep off in the zone. Fuck it, welcome to the land. We getting stoned, writing poems. Play my hand, counting grams to get the most from what I grow. They say pussy and paper is all a man really need. Well, I get pussy and paper, and I have to disagree.
I've been feeling myself, I've been making moves, bands all in my pocket, that's a big move. I don't got no time, that's we talking paper. 3 grams in my shell on an elevator, and my loafers looking cold, there be alligators. And I'm about to turn up, going Super Saiyan. Not hearing what you're saying, I'm not hearing what you're saying.
You are just a teeny man, I am like titanium. You are not no Iron Man, and I am just like Superman. Super Saiyan, I'm just slaying. Super Saiyan, I'm just saying. Roared up, poured up, power up. Roared up, poured up, power up. You are just a teeny man, I am like titanium. You are not no Iron Man, and I am just like Superman. Super Saiyan, I'm just slaying. Super Saiyan, I'm just saying. Roared up, poured up, power up. Roared up, poured up, power up. I power up, I power up, I power up, I power up. Power up, power up, power up.
Right. Stretching. about to do our workout. Stretch down.
You are just a teeny man. I am like titanium. You are not no Iron Man, and I am just like Superman. Super Saiyan, I'm just slaying. Super Saiyan, I'm just saying. Roar it up, pour it up, power up. Roar it up, pour it up, power up. You are just a teeny man. I am like titanium. You are not no Iron Man, and I am just like Superman. Super Saiyan, I'm just slaying. Super Saiyan, I'm just saying. Roar it up, pour it up, power up.
You have spent your entire life trying to be a good person. Think about it. You are careful with your words. You are careful with your tone. You are hyper-vigilant, making sure you never, ever hurt anyone's feelings. You bend, you soften, you accommodate, and yet, look at the results. You are still misunderstood. You are still drained of your energy. And somehow, despite all your sacrifices, you are still treated like the problem. Here is the part nobody told you. The truth that polite society is too terrified to admit. The more you try to be good, the easier you are to control. Because good people don't fight back. They don't set hard boundaries. Instead, they explain. They justify. They apologize for things they never even did. And that is exactly how they keep you trapped. Your morality has been weaponized against you. They know that as long as you are terrified of being the bad guy, they hold the leash to your mind and your life. Now here is the forbidden truth, the one most people will never say out loud. Freedom does not come from being good. Freedom comes from being willing to be seen as bad. And it begins the moment you're no longer controlled by how others might label you. Stay with me, because what you're about to hear will change how you see yourself forever. 1. The lie you were raised to believe. You weren't born a people pleaser. You were trained. Think back to the very beginning. You were taught that goodness was the highest virtue. But look closer at that training. You were told, be nice, be agreeable, be the child who doesn't make a scene, be easy to love. But there was a silent or else attached to those commands. You weren't being good because it was your nature. You were being good because it was your armor. You learned very early on that your safety depended on your likability. Maybe your home was a place of unpredictable weather. Maybe a parent's mood could shift like a storm, and you became the lightning rod. Maybe love felt like a prize you had to win, or a fragile thing that would shatter if you spoke your truth. In that environment, peace didn't come from justice. It came from your silence. So you adapted. You became the good one, the easy one, the one who anticipated everyone else's needs before they even had to ask. You built a personality out of other people's expectations. Jung understood something that polite society is too afraid to admit. What you call your goodness is often just fear in a tuxedo. It is the fear of rejection, the fear of conflict, the agonizing fear of being left behind by the tribe. True goodness requires a choice. You cannot claim to be virtuous if you don't have the capacity to be dangerous. If you are unable to say no, then your yes is meaningless. It's not a gift. It's a surrender. Fear does not create freedom. It creates compliance. It turns you into a harmless person. But as Jung famously noted, being harmless is not the same as being moral. A harmless person is simply a usable person. By repressing your anger, your boundaries, and your no, you didn't become a saint. You became a ghost. You disowned the very parts of yourself that were meant to protect you. And now, as an adult, you are finding that your good-won reputation has become your prison. You are exhausted because you are defending a lie. And the only way out is to go back into the dark and find the parts of yourself you were told to bury. 2. The persona, the mask that owns you. Carl Jung had a specific name for the version of you that walks out the front door every morning. He called it the persona. In Latin, the word persona literally means mask. It was the face worn by actors in ancient theater to signal their role to the audience. You have a persona too. It is the version of you that is socially acceptable, the version that fits into your family's expectations, the version that doesn't make waves at work or cause discomfort at the dinner table. It is polished, polite, and predictable. But here is the dark truth Jung wanted us to understand. The persona is not who you are. It is a functional compromise between you and society. It is a costume you put on so that other people feel safe. The mask doesn't come for free. It has a staggering cost. To keep the persona spotless, you have to exile the parts of yourself that the world might find difficult. You lose your healthy anger, the very energy you need to set boundaries. You lose your raw truth, because truth is often messy and inconvenient. Slowly, without realizing it, you stop living in reality and start living in perception management. You aren't asking, "Is this right for me?" anymore. Instead, you are constantly asking, "How will this look to them?" You spend your precious nervous system energy maintaining an image of being fine, kind, and together, while underneath the mask, the real you is suffocating. There is a tragic irony at the heart of the people-pleaser's life. The more you protect your image, the more you abandon yourself. Every time you say yes when your soul is screaming no, you are betraying your own spirit to satisfy a mask. And because the persona is so effective, you eventually forget who lives underneath the performance. You become a stranger to your own desires.
All true.
You look in the mirror and you don't see a human being. You see a well-maintained social asset. You are good, yes, you are helpful, certainly. But you are not present. You have become a ghost, haunted by your own reputation. And here is the most dangerous part. The world will never tell you to take the mask off. Why would it? The world doesn't reward your authenticity. It doesn't benefit from your messy, complicated truth. The world rewards predictability. People love your persona because it's useful to them. They love the version of you that never complains, the one who absorbs their stress, the one who is always available. They don't want you to be whole. They want you to be compliant. They will applaud your mask until the day you die, even if it kills you to keep it on. So the mask stays on, and as long as it stays on, you stay controlled. You are governable because your fear of the mask slipping is greater than your desire for freedom. The more you protect your image, the more you abandon yourself. Because an identity built on perception can never fully align with reality. And as long as your actions are shaped by how they will be seen, you are not fully choosing them. But what if I told you that the key to your prison is hidden in the very things you've tried to hide? To break the power of the persona, you have to go where you were told never to look. The shadow. 3. The invisible leash. Here is the most uncomfortable truth of your life. Nobody is forcing you to obey. There are no actual chains. If you looked at your life from the outside, you would see a person who is free to walk away, free to say no, and free to choose their own path. But you don't feel free. You feel a heavy, crushing weight every time you think about setting a boundary. That's the illusion. Your captors don't need to lock the door because they have built a prison inside your mind. They don't use force, they use guilt. And guilt is a far more effective jailer than any man with a gun. Watch how the leash works. It doesn't require a scream or a blow. It only requires a trigger, a certain look of disappointment from a parent, a heavy, theatrical sigh from a partner, or better yet, a label, a single word designed to strike at the very heart of your identity. Selfish, cold, you've changed, unreliable. The moment that word hits your ears, your nervous system panics. You feel a spike of adrenaline, a flush of shame. And what do? You don't defend your boundary, you defend your reputation. Suddenly, you are in a courtroom that they control, begging for a verdict they never intended to change. You explain your intentions. You list your past sacrifices. You soften your stance until it disappears. Not because their argument is logical, but because you are pathologically afraid of being seen as the bad guy. This is the dark architecture of the human psyche that Carl Jung warned us about. Your morality, the very thing you pride yourself on, has become their leash. They have mapped the geography of your conscience. They know exactly where your goodness lives, and they have learned how to weaponize it against you. Toxic people don't accuse you because you've done something wrong. They accuse you because the accusation keeps you negotiating. It keeps you apologizing. It keeps you small. As long as you believe that you must clear your name to people who profit from your guilt, you are their property. You are not obeying them. You are obeying the terror of being disliked. They don't need to control your actions. They only need to control your fear. If they can make you feel bad for having needs, you will stop having needs. If they can make you feel cruel for saying no, you will never say no again. This is mind control in its purest form, where the victim polices themselves so the predator doesn't have to. But what happens when the fear stops working? What happens when you decide that your peace of mind is worth more than their opinion of you? What happens when someone calls you selfish, and instead of explaining yourself, you simply say, "Maybe I am"? That is the moment the leash snaps. That is the moment the prison walls dissolve. To find real freedom, you have to be willing to lose your good name in the eyes of people who used it to keep you in a cage. You have to be willing to become the villain. 4. Why good people are easy to use. The cost of being always understanding from the inside. It feels right. It feels like maturity, like emotional intelligence, like you've learned something about life that others haven't. You tell yourself you are being patient, that you are giving people space, that you understand things others might judge too quickly. And in many ways, that's true. You do see more. You do understand more. You do hold complexity where others simplify. But we need to stop looking at your intentions and start looking at the results. Look at your hands. They are tired. Look at your spirit. It is exhausted. You are resentful, even if you're too good to admit it. You are quietly disappearing, piece by piece, into the shadows of everyone else's needs. Every time you choose peace over your own truth, you are not being a peacemaker. You are being a martyr for a cause that doesn't love you back. Every time you swallow your words to avoid a conflict, you aren't managing the situation. You are betraying your own soul. You are teaching people that your boundaries are negotiable and that your feelings are optional. Here is the hard truth that Carl Jung wanted us to face. You didn't become kind. You became available. There is a profound difference. Kindness is a choice made from a position of strength. It is a gift given by someone who has the power to say no, but chooses yes. Availability, however, is a lack of defense. You became available for projection, the dumping ground for other people's unresolved shame. You became available for manipulation, the perfect tool for those who need a yes to get their way. You became available for emotional debt that was never yours to pay. And because you have no fangs, because you have disowned your ability to be difficult, the world does not reward you with gratitude. It rewards you with expectation. The more you give, the more they expect. The more you understand, the more they demand to be understood. In toxic systems, your generosity isn't seen as a virtue. It is seen as a baseline. They don't see your sacrifice as a gift. They see it as their right. And the moment you stop, the moment you finally run dry, they won't ask how you are. They will ask why you've become so selfish. You have become a specialist in understanding people who refuse to understand you. You spend hours analyzing their trauma, their childhood, and their triggers just to justify why they treat you poorly. But ask yourself, who is doing that for you? While you are busy being patient with their toxicity, you are being incredibly impatient with your own life. You are waiting for them to change so that you can finally start living. But reality doesn't reward purity. Reality rewards integration. It respects the person who can look a manipulator in the eye and say, I understand why you are the way you are, but I will no longer be the person who pays for it. You have spent enough of your life being a placeholder for other people's shadows. You have spent enough of your nervous system defending a goodness that only leaves you empty. It is time to stop being a good person and start being a whole person. It is time to reclaim the parts of you that are allowed to be inconvenient, allowed to be cold, and allowed to leave. Because the only way to stop being used is to become a person who is willing to be disliked. 5. The scapegoat, the one who sees too much. Every broken system needs one thing to survive. It needs someone to carry the blame. It needs a scapegoat. If you are listening to this and you've spent your life feeling like the problem child, the difficult employee, or the black sheep, I want you to listen closely. You did not choose this role. You were drafted into it. But the reason they chose you is not because you were the weakest. It is because you were the most dangerous. In a world built on lies, the person who tells the truth is a threat. Carl Jung understood that groups protect their collective illusions at all costs. Often the scapegoat is simply the person with the clearest eyes. You see the inconsistency. You feel the imbalance. You recognize the patterns that don't quite make sense, even when no one is talking about them directly. And that awareness creates pressure. This is where the psychological gaslighting begins. The system turns on you with a set of pre-made labels. They call you too sensitive when you react to their cruelty. They call you difficult when you ask for basic respect. They call you unstable when your nervous system finally breaks under the weight of their projections. They reframe your memory as drama and your boundaries as betrayal. They need to convince everyone, including you, that you are the source of the chaos. Why? Because if you are the problem, then they don't have to look at themselves. Your guilt is their protection. Your shame is their peace of mind. You are not the problem. You are the disruption. And disruption is the ultimate sin to people who depend on control. To a narcissist, a boundary is an act of war. To a dysfunctional family, a truth teller is a terrorist. They didn't attack you because you were defective. They attacked you because your existence forced them to see parts of themselves they had spent decades trying to bury. You were the mirror they couldn't stand to look into, so they tried to shatter the glass. The tragedy of the scapegoat is that you often spend 20 years trying to be excellent just to prove you aren't what they say you are. You absorb everyone else's emotional debt, trying to balance a scale that was rigged before you were born. You think that if you can just be perfect enough, they will finally revise the verdict. But they won't. They can't. If they admit you are good, they have to admit they were wrong. And for a broken system, that is a fate worse than death. Your healing begins the moment you stop trying to clear your name in a court that is designed to find you guilty. It begins when you realize that their disapproval is not a sign of your failure. It is a sign of your sovereignty. You don't need to fix how they see you. You need to stop participating in what they need you to be. 6. The forbidden shift. Becoming the villain. Now, we reach the moment most people spend their entire lives avoiding. We arrive at the forbidden door, the question you were never allowed to ask in the house where you were raised, or in the relationships where you were managed. What if the only way out is to stop defending yourself? Think about the sheer amount of energy you have spent trying to explain to people who profit from misunderstanding you. What if you just stopped? What if freedom begins the moment you stop trying to be understood? To a narcissist, a boundary is an act of villainy. To a dysfunctional system, your no is an act of war. So let them have their narrative. Let them paint you as the cold one, the selfish one, the one who changed. A saint needs approval to exist. A saint is a slave to their reputation. But a villain does not need the tribe to say they are good. A villain is free to act according to their own internal compass, regardless of the weather in someone else's mind. This is the forbidden shift. It is the moment you realize that your reputation in a toxic system is a hostage, not a mirror. When you stop trying to rescue that hostage, the captors lose their power. When you say, "If protecting my peace makes me the villain in your story, then I accept the role," the game ends. You have removed the friction. You have declined the invitation to the moral tribunal. You are no longer participating in the transaction where you trade your authenticity for their permission to exist. You are not becoming cruel. You are becoming untouchable by guilt. Carl Jung understood that wholeness requires fangs, not to bite, but to ensure that your yes has actual value. If you cannot survive being disliked, you are not moral. You are just programmable. Becoming the villain is actually the highest form of self-respect. It is the declaration that your internal reality is more real to you than their external projection. It is the death of the savior within you, that desperate part of you that thinks if you just explain more gently or love more deeply, they will finally be fair. They won't. But you don't need them to be. When you accept the role of the villain, you will experience something shocking, a death of guilt. You will set a boundary and survive their story about it. You will walk away and discover that the sky does not fall. you are not becoming evil. You are becoming sovereign. You are becoming a person who is no longer edible. And as we close this journey, you will realize that being called a villain by a manipulator is actually the highest compliment they can ever give you. It means you are finally unavailable. 7. The yes and strategy. By now, you see the prison of your goodness and the invisible leash of guilt. But how do you break it in the heat of the moment? How do you stop the old reflex of self-defense when the accusation lands in real time? The secret lies in understanding friction. Manipulation requires your resistance to function. It is a psychological game of tug-of-war. When someone calls you cold or selfish, they are throwing you a rope. They are counting on you to grab the other end and pull, to explain, to defend, to beg for a different label. As long as you are pulling back, they have a grip on your nervous system. To break the game, you must drop the rope. You do this through a strategy I call yes and. Imagine a toxic person looks you in the eye and says, "You've become so selfish. You only care about yourself now." The old you would rush in with evidence. You would list your sacrifices. You would say, "That's not true. Remember when I helped you with..." You would reopen the whole case, handing them the judge's gavel. But the sovereign, you does something far more dangerous. You remove the friction. You look at them with total composure and say, "Yes, if protecting my peace looks selfish to you, then that is what it is." Do you see what happened? You did not confess to a crime. You refused to wrestle with the frame. When you stop rejecting the label, the accusation loses all its oxygen. You aren't being sarcastic. You aren't being mean. You are simply stating that you accept the social cost of your boundaries. You are saying, "I value my internal reality more than your external definition of me." They say, "You're cold." You say, "I am less available than I used to be." That part is true. They say, "You think you're better than everyone now." You say, "If having standards for my life reads that way to you, I can live with that." This is devastating to a manipulator because it removes the performance they were counting on. They wanted you to flinch. They wanted to see you scramble. They wanted proof that your self-image was still their hostage. Instead, they meet a wall of acceptance. A wall is exhausting to argue with. When there is no tension, no defense, and no performance, the psychological game collapses because there is nothing left to control. They can no longer use your goodness as a hook because you have stopped worshiping the version of yourself that lives in their mind. This is the hidden power of the villain. A villain is not someone who hurts others. A villain is someone who has survived the death of their own good reputation. When you stop needing to be seen as good by people who profit from your guilt, you become impossible to manipulate. You stop drafting imaginary opening statements in your head. You stop checking who believes what. You stop begging for an acquittal in a theater built by people who need you to be guilty. You realize that their outrage is not a judgment. It is just a withdrawal symptom. They are mourning their loss of access to you. And that is their journey, not yours. You have become ungovernable by guilt. You have become internally sovereign. And as we step into the final truth of this journey, you will realize that being called a villain was never the end of the story. It was the first day of your life. 8. Ego death and psychological sovereignty. This is where the noise stops. This is where it gets quiet. To reach this point, something inside you had to die. Carl Jung called it ego death, but for you, it feels more like an eviction. the old self, the one who lived in the cracks of other people's moods, has finally run out of room. The part of you that needed universal approval to feel safe, it is gone. The part that stayed up at night, replaying conversations and practicing apologies, it has grown silent. The version of you that survived by shrinking, by being easy, and by trading your truth for a temporary peace, that version of you no longer has a pulse. It doesn't happen all at once. It's not a lightning bolt. It's a slow, steady sunrise. But one day, something shifts. You set a hard boundary with a person who used to terrify you, and instead of a panic attack, you sleep peacefully. You are slandered, misread, and misunderstood by people who refuse to see you, and you remain steady. You walk away from a toxic system without explaining your reasons, and for the first time in your life, you don't look back. This is psychological sovereignty. Most people spend their lives trying to gain power over others so they can finally feel safe. But sovereignty is different. It is not about controlling others. It is about being entirely, utterly free from their control. It is the realization that your internal court is the only one with the right to pass judgment on your soul. You are no longer a colony of other people's opinions. You are no longer governed by guilt storms. You have integrated your fangs, accepted your shadow, and buried the savior who nearly killed you. When they call you the villain now, it doesn't hurt. It sounds like music. Because you finally know what that word really means. It means you are unavailable for occupation. It means you have finally come home to yourself. They will call you different. They will say you've become cold, distant, and hard to reach. They will look at the space you've created for yourself and complain that you've changed. And when they do, I want you to smile, because they will be right. You have changed. You are no longer easy to control. You are no longer easy to guilt. You are no longer available to be the shelf where they store their emotional debt, or the mirror where they fix their own reflection. You have stopped volunteering for your own depletion. Understand this. Villain is just a word that people who depend on your submission use for someone who stopped obeying. You didn't become worse. You didn't become evil. You became whole. You integrated the strength you were told to hide, and in doing so, you became a person who can finally say no and mean it. If this journey hit something real inside you today, if you felt the chains loosen just a little, I want you to make a declaration. Type this in the comments. I choose freedom. This is not a promise to become cruel. It is a promise to stop being controlled by the fear of being misunderstood. It is your first act of psychological sovereignty. And if you're ready to go deeper, stay with us. Because once you stop fearing the villain label, the next question is even more powerful. How do you become invisible to manipulation forever? Watch the next video immediately. Let's take the next step into a life where guilt no longer opens your door. Welcome to yourself.
Gotta get my gains up. Fucking sucks. I'm just keep eating, I guess.
This is the occultism iceberg. Like other iceberg videos, we're going to talk about the most well-known topics at the top, going to the most obscure and slightly depraved at the bottom. I also went ahead and included in the final tier some more interesting and conspiratorial occult-related topics. If this topic is something that interests you, let's go ahead and stop wasting time and get right in, starting with Tier 1. Pop culture occultism. I also talked about this in the demonology iceberg video, but a lot of what most people know about the occult comes from Hollywood depictions of the occult. Things like pentagrams, sigils, etc. are real symbols of the occult, but the way they're portrayed mostly comes from LaVeyan or atheistic Satanism. If you want to learn more about that, check out my demonology iceberg video. Ouija boards, also known as Ouija boards, spirit boards, talking boards, or witch boards. They're usually marked with the letters of the Latin alphabet, the numbers 0 through 9, the words yes, no, and sometimes hello and goodbye, along with various other symbols and graphics, depending on which board you're using. Historically speaking, talking boards don't have much to go on before the end of the American Civil War. Following the American Civil War in the United States, mediums did significant business in allegedly allowing survivors of the war to contact lost relatives. After World War I, the Parker Brothers Company began to mass-produce the boards. Most modern occultists usually turn their nose up on Ouija boards, seeing them as fake, or as the Wiccans describe it, as fluff bunny occultism. As you might be able to guess, Ouija boards show up a lot in movies and television, but are rarely ever used by genuine occultists. In fact, Ouija is actually a trademark of the Hasbro Corporation, something that many will point out to you. Tarot. The tarot deck is one of the more misunderstood tools of the occult. The original tarot decks date back to the medieval period. It wasn't until Jean-Baptiste Alliot developed a method of tarot divination in 1783 that the deck would be tried to use to predict the future. Later on, Eliphas Levi, another occultist who we'll talk about later in the iceberg, ascribed them to various occult symbols like the Tetragrammaton and the Tree of Life. From here, the tarot deck would become heavily associated with the occult. Much later on, other occultists have ascribed various associations to the various cards of the tarot deck, associating them with things like the angels of the Shem HaMephorash, and by extension, the demons of the Ars Goetia. The tarot deck that most people know today is known as the Rider-Waite tarot deck, originally created by A.E. Waite and illustrated by Pamela Colma Smith, both members of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, an organization we'll talk about later in the iceberg. While the images on the cards are simple, the details and backgrounds feature abundant symbolism. Some imagery remains similar to what was found in earlier tarot decks, but overall, the Waite-Smith cards' designs are substantially different from their predecessors. Christian imagery was removed from some cards and added to others. This version of the deck has a specific use case and requires deep knowledge of what the cards correspond to get actual results. The most common use of the cards is called the Celtic Cross divination or evocation, where you try to divine some knowledge of future events, or trying to summon the entity associated with the card. The Warrens. Ed and Lorraine Warren were paranormal investigators and authors
Trying to find.
associated with prominent cases of alleged hauntings. They most notably popularized paranormal investigation in the late 1960s all the way up until the 1980s. The most famous of their cases was the Amityville Horror, in which a New York couple, George and Katie Lutz, claimed that their house was haunted by a violent demonic presence, so intense that it eventually drove them out of their home in 1975, the events of which inspired the movie The Amityville Horror in 1979. The Warrens proved that researching the paranormal was very lucrative, and inspired a generation of frauds that tried to replicate their success. The Warrens themselves were Catholic, and most of their explanations for the paranormal phenomena they were investigating was thinly veiled Catholic propaganda. Today, the Warrens themselves, along with their stories, are somewhat controversial as to whether people believe them or not, and were adapted into the movies that make up the Conjuring universe, in which the stories are retold mostly through over-embellishing actual events to make them scarier than they actually were. Folk tales and folk magic. This refers to various small community stories that involve the paranormal. An example of folk magic is the dowsing rod. Dowsing is a type of divination employed in attempts to locate groundwater with a stick. Other examples include urban legends, like the story of Bloody Mary appearing in a mirror when her name is chanted repeatedly. Internet horror. The natural evolution of folk stories is the internet horror stories. Rather than scary stories being spread through word of mouth, they're now being spread through the internet. A recent example of an internet urban legend is the stairs in the woods phenomena. Originally coming from a Reddit post that was meant to be a scary story, you'd be surprised at how many people think it's real, since it seems to have heavy ties with the very real missing 411 phenomena. But the same thing also goes for various other internet horror stories, like The Rake, The Backrooms, Slender Man, etc., all of which are known to be made-up stories meant to scare people, but you'd be surprised at Charles Fort. Charles Fort is generally credited with the creation of the modern research into the paranormal. After failing to find a publisher for his various science fiction novels, Fort gave up on fiction entirely, and he began spending most of his days at the New York Public Library.
Alright, we got the egg burrito in the oven now. And if you guys, I don't know if you guys have ever had this orange juice, but orange juice is fire. 10 out of 10 review if you guys like orange juice. Make sure you guys try this one. Now, it does have a little bit of pulp in it, but organic.
Running through backlog of science journals and newspapers for anecdotes of unexplained anomalies. He compiled thousands of these stories, and they became the basis of Fort's first non-fiction work, The Book of the Damned, which he published in 1919. The book covered various phenomena, out-of-place artifacts, reports of unidentified flying objects, and records of strange things like fish, frogs, meat, metal, and rocks falling from the sky. Although he never used the term, Fort is often credited with inventing the concept of the paranormal as a category of analysis. Fort instead called these forgotten anomalies the damned facts of science, because by excluding the data that couldn't be easily explained, Fort felt that scientists came to erroneous ideas about how the natural world works, while at the same time they were dismissing all of the evidence that could have proved them wrong. Even at the time, which was well over 100 years ago now, Fort and many others within the scientific community were very disillusioned with the scientific community, feeling that it had basically developed its own form of dogma that would make even the Catholic. Tier 2. Ceremonial magic. Ceremonial magic encompasses a wide variety of rituals of magic, most of which historically are by ceremony and numerous requisite accessories to aid the practitioner. Popularized by the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, it draws on such schools of philosophy and occult thoughts as Hermetic Kabbalah, Enochian or angel magic, and the magic of various grimoires. Basically, take pagan rituals, replace the pagan deities with Judeo-Christian figures, and boom, you have traditional ceremonial magic. Over the years, a lot more over-the-top theatrics of the past have been replaced with more grounded rituals. The use of the Judeo-Christian figures has also loosened a lot over the years, but for most groups that don't use them, fall into different categories, which we'll talk about in a bit. Occult Satanism and Luciferianism. Occult Satanism covers a wide range of various beliefs, so I'll try to simplify here. Basically, in Western occultism, namely ceremonial and ritual magic, which I just talked about, are directly lifted from Christianity. This is a problem for someone who wants to become a genuine occultist and explore mystery religion, but has some kind of issue with Christianity or Judaism for whatever reason. So, take the ceremonial magic rituals, replace the Judeo-Christian figures with demons, and boom, you have occult Satanism. Okay, that's definitely an oversimplification, and occult Satanism has definitely branched off into various different directions since then, but that's the gist of its origin, in part. And we'll get into some of the more famous occult Satanist groups later in the iceberg. Wicca.
Kind of a crazy ass wild video or what?
Wicca is another offshoot of ceremonial magic, in a sense.
You guys think it's a crazy wild video?
So the story goes like this. Starting in 1954, a man by the name of Gerald Gardner, who himself was a very interesting individual, he was a member of the Rosicrucian Order, a secret occult society, which we'll talk about later in the iceberg. According to Gardner, one fateful night in 1939, his friends from the Rosicrucian Order took him to a large house owned by a woman named Old Dorothy Clutterbuck. It was during this trip that he was told to strip naked and taken through some sort of initiation ceremony. Halfway through this ceremony, he heard the word Wicca and Wiccae, and recognized them as the Old English words for witch, Wicca being male, Wiccae being female. This group, Gardner claimed, were the New Forest Coven, and he claimed that they were one of the few surviving covens of an ancient, pre-Christian witch cult religion that was mostly wiped out during the witch trials of the Renaissance period. This is what is known as the witch cult hypothesis. It's considered to be a widely discredited theory that the witch trials of the early modern period were an attempt to suppress pagan religion, and that somehow that pagan religion had survived the Christianization of Europe in small pockets. There's no historical evidence to suggest that's the case, as most of the witches that would have been burned in Europe at the time were likely just Christians going against each other. But at the time, 1954, Gardner thought it was legit, as did many people, and used it as the basis for his new belief system. Something else to note about Gardner was that he was very interested in nudity, so much so that in 1945, he purchased a plot of land in a place called 4 Acres, a nudist colony near the village of Bricket Wood in Hertfordshire that would be renamed to 5 Acres. From here, early or proto-Wicca was basically a nudist cult. In 1947, Gardner's friend, Arnold Crowther, introduced him to Aleister Crowley, a ceremonial magician who we'll talk about later in the iceberg. From here, Crowley and Gardner would take the rituals of ceremonial magic and Thelema, Crowley's own religion that we'll talk about in a bit, and crafted them into what would become the prototype for Wicca. Basically, take the ceremonial magic rituals, replace the Judeo-Christian figures with the alleged pagan deities of the witch cult, namely a being they refer to as the Horned God, and boom, you could have Wicca. Kind of. See, in the 1950s, a woman by the name of Doreen Valentine, a ceremonial magician and occultist, came in after Gardner and Crowley left and turned their vanity project into the first real Wicca that we know of today. Since then, Wicca has had many offshoots of the main branch of Wicca, too many to go into here. Chaos magic. Similar to Wicca and occult Satanists, there were a group of occultists who didn't like the use of Judeo-Christian figures in ceremonial magic. The founding figures of chaos magic believed that other occult traditions had become way too religious in character, so they attempted to strip away the symbolic, ritualistic, theological, or otherwise ornamental aspects of these occult traditions, in order to leave behind a set of basic techniques that they believed to be the basis of true magic. Chaos magic teaches that the essence of magic is that perceptions are conditioned by belief, and that the world as we perceive it can be changed deliberately by changing those beliefs. For example, if you do a ritual where you call a demon to bring you money, it's not some spiritual being that is a demon that brings you the money. It's your own will personified through this thing that you call a demon. Basically, saying that demons aren't real. It's only your will that brings things to you. In a way, it's like affirmations or the law of attractiveness. The general idea being that if you want something hard enough, it will come true. The magic rituals are just a way of expressing that will, rather than actually calling on a separate spirit or entity from you. African esotericism. This comes about because of the unique history of the enslaved African Americans in the southern United States. In the same way that European pagan rituals and beliefs were combined with Christianity to create ceremonial magic, so too were African pagan rituals and beliefs combined with Christianity to create various different belief systems. Things like Haitian hoodoo, and by extension the American voodoo system, came from the Central African peoples brought over to the United States, and Vodun offshoots came from the West African peoples. Today, hoodoo and voodoo have largely been bastardized in the same way that general occultism has, but that doesn't mean there aren't genuine practitioners around. Peyotism. This refers to the combination of Native American religion mixed with elements of Christianity. Their largest church, the Native American Church, teaches a combination of traditional Native American beliefs and elements of Christianity, especially pertaining to the Ten Commandments, with sacramental use of the entheogen peyote, peyote being a small spineless cactus which contains psychedelic properties, particularly mescaline. Some American natives generally dislike Christianity, with good reason, because of the history between the natives and European Christian groups. Missionaries' attempts to alter or remove aspects of Native Americans' history and culture have left many people unable to reconcile with Christianity. On the other hand, there are various members who are completely comfortable with combining the elements of the two religions together. It really depends on who you ask. Thelema. Thelema is a Western esoteric occult and spiritual philosophy founded by Aleister Crowley in 1904. There's a lot of overlap with ceremonial magic. The main difference is the idea of discovering and following one's true will, a unique purpose, and calling that goes beyond ordinary desires. Or as Crowley put it, do what thou wilt. This phrase, called the Law of Thelema, is not to be interpreted as a license to indulge in a whim, but rather as a mandate to discover and fulfill one's essential nature or path in life, which is called the true will. This true will is the expression of one's deepest and most genuine self, which acts in a perfect accordance with the universe. While in theory, it's not supposed to devolve into hedonistic acts, it often does. And there's plenty of stories you can find of people who practice Thelema doing gross sexual stuff. Because of this, in a lot of ways, Thelema basically gets the reputation of being ceremonial magic, but for people who like to indulge in weird sexual and hedonistic fantasies. Tier 3. Knights Templar. The Knights Templar, also known as the Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ in the Temple of Solomon, was a military order of the Catholic faith that was one of the wealthiest and most popular military orders in Western Christianity. Originally founded to protect Christian pilgrims to the Holy Land, the order assumed great military duties during the 12th century. The Knights Templar were among the most skilled fighting units of the Crusades and were prominent in Christian finance, with many of the non-combatant members managing a large economic infrastructure throughout areas controlled by Christendom. In the mid-12th century, the tide began to turn against the Crusades, and as the Crusades began failing, dissent began to arise among Christian factions, and concerning the Holy Land. Eventually, their rules of secrecy, their power, privileges, and wealth made the Knights Templar vulnerable to the King of France's accusations, and with the Pope's unsuccessful attempts to prevent it, their eventual destruction. The Templar leader, Master Jacques de Molay, had recently come to the Kingdom of France for meetings with the Pope. In 1307, members of the Templar order in France were suddenly charged with heresy and arrested. There were multiple trials of the Knights Templar. One of the most famous was a group that admitted to worshipping an entity called Baphomet. More on that on my Demonology Iceberg video. Regardless, these trials ended with the destruction of the Knights Templar, at least as we know it. However, much of the esoteric knowledge that had been gathered by the Templar wasn't entirely lost, and became great interest of the pseudo-successor group, the Freemasons. Speaking of which, Freemasons. Contrary to the popular belief, the Freemasons are not a bunch of spooky woo magic practitioners. They generally tend to be monotheistic Protestant Christian in nature. They do use a lot of mystic symbolism though, mainly Egyptian, but most of them practice only in the civic sense. Basically, they're a fraternity group. They go drink together, and it's a gentleman's club, although there are some who are more civic reform-minded, and they also do a lot of charity and activism. Historically, what we know about Freemasonry goes back to what were called the guilds of stonemasons and cathedral builders back in the Middle Ages of Britain. These guilds could best be described as the workers' unions of their day. The general idea is that if the majority of workers banded together, they would be able to control the price of labor, as well as education in their respective fields, and people with certain titles or ranks would be allowed to take higher paying jobs. That's where a lot of the titles given to the Masons originate from. For the most part, these stonemason guilds largely consisted of working class people, basically blue collar in our modern terminology, But as time went on, these groups would grow and attract more aristocrats and artists, or white-collar or lower-class elites in our modern terminology. During the course of the 18th century, as these aristocrats and artists crowded out the craftsmen originally associated with the organization, stonemasonry would morph into Freemasonry. The discussion that took place in these guilds would shift from labor management and price control to the more generic discussion of the modern Masons today. This more free and open discussion would lead to the many, many splinter groups of the Freemasons. Illuminati. The Illuminati is probably the most well-known splinter group of the Freemasons, beginning with the scientific Renaissance and continuing with the scientific revolution, which lasts even to this day. There is a group of people pushing the ideals of what we would call rationalist modern science. The scientific revolution, and the movement it spawned, was an attempt to remove esoteric and spiritual concepts from civil discourse. From this sprang what is known as the secular model of the universe. Enter Adam Weishaupt, Bavarian law professor who focused on teaching secular philosophy. Because the Catholic Church still had strong influence at the time, he decided to join the Freemasons as a means of spreading his secular ideals. There were just two problems. One, the Freemasons were mostly Protestant Christians, and openly require an express belief in a higher power or deity, and rejected the secular model of the universe, where those don't exist. And two, the Freemasons weren't really interested in political discourse. Naturally, Weishaupt decided to create his own competing secret society, the Illuminati, and would recruit members of the Freemasons in doing so. He adopted the codename Spartacus for himself, after the famed leader of the Roman slave revolt. Early members became the Illuminati's ruling council. One of these members, Baron Adolf Neig, was also a Freemason, and became an influential recruiter. With Neig's help, the Illuminati expanded their numbers, gained influence within several Masonic chapters, and incorporated Masonic rituals, basically trying to take them over from the inside out. By 1784, the Illuminati had over 600 known members, including influential scholars and politicians. As the Illuminati gained members, the American Revolution also gained momentum stateside. Thomas Jefferson himself would later cite Weishaupt as an inspiration. European monarchs and clergy were fearful of similar revolts that had happened in the United States on their own home soil. Meanwhile, the existence of the Illuminati had become an open secret. Both the Illuminati and the Freemasons drew exclusively from society's wealthy elite after all, which meant that they were constantly rubbing shoulders with members of religious and political establishment. Many people in the government and church believed that both groups were determined to undermine the people's religious faith and freedom. Out of this fear, the Bavarian government began keeping records of alleged members of the Illuminati. Just as the Illuminati members began to secure more important positions in various local governments and universities, a 1784 decree by Duke Karl Theodor of Bavaria banned all secret societies. And as far as the mainstream is concerned, this was the end of the Illuminati. However, as we all know, just because something is banned doesn't mean that it goes away forever. Rosicrucian Order. Rosicrucianism is a spiritual and cultural Hermetic movement that arose in Europe in the early 17th century, after the publication of several texts announcing to the world a new esoteric order. Rosicrucianism is symbolized by the Rosy Cross, or Rose Cross. The Rose Cross is a cross with a rose at its center, often red, gold, or white, and symbolizes the teachings of Western esoteric tradition and Christian tenets. Between 1614 and 1617, 3 anonymous manifestos were published, first in Germany, and soon after, throughout the rest of Western Europe. The manifestos tell an allegorical story of the Rosicrucian Brotherhood, founded in the early 14th century as an invisible college of mystic sages, with one sage having the symbolic name of Christian Rosenkreuz. The order had an express plan to, quote, prepare a new phase of the Christian religion to be used during the coming age now at hand. For as the world and man evolve, so also must religion change. End quote. According to legend, this Christian Rosenkreuz, an alchemist, lived to be the age of 106. In his last years of life, he prepared for his death. When he eventually did die, but he eventually abandoned his ideas of priesthood in his mid-20s and became a ceremonial magician instead. Francis Barrett. Some sources suggest in his 1917 Fortune was a British occultist, ceremonial magician, novelist, and author.
I don't know
the
where
Rosicrucians found a hidden crypt in one of their temples. Rosencreutz as an invisible college of mystic sages, with one sage or rose of religious began keeping record center, often red, gold, or white, and symbolizes the teachings of Western esoteric tradition and Christian tenets. Between 1614 and 1617, 3 anonymous manifestos were published, first in Germany and soon after throughout the rest of Western Europe. The manifestos tell an allegorical story of the Rosicrucian Brotherhood, founded in the early 14th century as an invisible college of mystic sages, with one sage having the symbolic name of Christian Rosenkreutz. The order had an express plan to, quote, prepare a new phase of the Christian religion to be used during the coming age now at hand. For as the world and man evolve, so also must religion change. End quote. According to legend, this Christian Rosenkreutz, an alchemist, lived to be the age of 106. In his last years of life, he prepared for his death. When he eventually did die in 1484, he ordered that his body be buried in a secret crypt that no one could find. In 1604, a group of the Rosicrucians found a hidden crypt in one of their temples. Inside this crypt was a bunch of scrolls and a casket with a Latin phrase engraved on it. Roughly translated, this Latin phrase read, "In 120 years I will return." And inside the casket was the body of Rosenkreutz, allegedly perfectly preserved as if he had just been buried. In his hands was a scroll that became one of the most important documents to the order. Some modern Rosicrucian groups claim that the Rosicrucian order has been active since the beginning of the Renaissance period, not only as a Hermetic order, but also as a precursor to the Freemasons. Meanwhile, many of the modern Masons claim that the Rosicrucians were only a small group that is much younger than they claim, and only influenced Masonry, didn't start it. Regardless, the Rose Cross, and many of the Rosicrucian symbolism, became heavily ingrained in Freemasonry, and by extension, the Illuminati. And it also became a prominent symbol of another Freemason offshoot, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Speaking of which, Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. The Golden Dawn is another offshoot of the Freemasons. Basically, a group of men who were members of the Freemasons became interested in discovering the secrets of occult mystery traditions and secrets of the Knights Templar. The story goes like this. In 1887, a master mason named A.F.A. Woodward purchased a second-hand book in which he found a secret document written in a 15th century cipher. His friend, W. Wynne Westcott, a brother mason, recognized the code as one found from a 16th century text called Polygraphia. To their excitement, this document turned out to be an outline for initiation rituals coming from the Rosicrucian order from Germany. So, this combination of Freemasonry and Rosicrucianism led to the creation of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. The Golden Dawn basically established everything we know about modern Western occultism, from the grimoires like the Lesser Key of Solomon all the way to the tarot decks of today. The original Golden Dawn would eventually fracture into the early 1900s due to various infighting from its members, most of whom we'll cover later in the iceberg. Templi Orientis. Ordo Templi Orientis is an occult secret society in Hermetical magical tradition, founded at the beginning of the 20th century, and yet another offshoot of the Freemasons. Founder and first head of the order, Karl Kellner, wanted to create an academic look at Masonry, where various rites of high-degree Freemasonry could be conferred with German-speaking countries. During the course of his esoteric studies across the globe, and from many traditions, Kellner believed that he had discovered a key which offered a clear explanation of all of the complex symbolism found in Freemasonry, and of course, nature itself. Kellner intended that the order preserve and confer this key. However, the other founder, Theodor Reuss, wanted the order to be used as a means of reviving the German version of the Order of the Illuminati. After the death of both of these founders, English occultist and former Golden Dawn member Aleister Crowley, assumed control of the order. Crowley had been inducted into the order by Roos in the early 1910s. While maintaining many core elements of Freemasonry and the intentions of both Kellner and Roos, the order was drastically changed by Crowley. The guiding philosophy of the order from this point on became Crowley's self-created occult system, Thelema. As of today, the order has seemingly moved away from most of the Masonry and Illuminati ties. Temple of Set. The Temple of Set is the most well-known of occult Satanists. When Anton LaVey founded the Church of Satan in 1966, he used a lot of occult symbolism. This led many to believe that LaVey may have actually been an occultist, and the people who followed him that believed this splintered off to become the Temple of Set. This group mostly believed that Satan is an archetype, the same archetype as the Egyptian god Set, hence the name Temple of Set. And as such, don't actually worship the villain of the Bible, Satan, but rather Set, the entity from Egyptian mythology. Tier 4. Aleister Crowley. Crowley was very much in the public eye of his own accord, leading a litigious and hedonistic lifestyle, while self-aggrandizing with an overinflated ego. After the Golden Dawn fell apart, Crowley would make a name for himself as the out-there kooky magician guy. As I said before in this iceberg, a lot of his later work, namely things involving Thelema, had a lot of weird sexual undertones in it. And it's usually this work that the average person learns about when they first learn of Aleister Crowley and his various magical workings, and not his more normal down-to-earth stuff that he did while he was with the Golden Dawn. Once Crowley went down this more promiscuous path, pretty much every one of his contemporaries disavowed him. Crowley himself died broken alone of bronchitis with myocarditis on December 1st, 1947. If you want to hear the story of how a demon might have been responsible for Crowley's downfall, check out my Demonology Iceberg video. Samuel MacGregor Mathers. Mathers was a British occultist and Freemason. He is primarily known as being one of the key figures of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. In 1891, Mathers assumed leadership of the Golden Dawn upon the death of the previous leader, William Robert Woodman. During his time there, Mathers was responsible for translating a number of old grimoires into English, most notably the Lesser Key of Solomon, which he translated with Aleister Crowley. He also finished the works of John Dee in Enochian magic. More on that later in the iceberg. But not all went well for Mathers. One of his pupils, Aleister Crowley, had a falling out with him. What exactly was the cause of their beef is debated, and who's at fault is also debated. But whatever it was, Crowley grew to hate Mathers with a passion. In his 1917 fiction novel Moonchild, Crowley literally made Mathers the villain of that story. Mathers died in 1918 in Paris, France. Officially, the manner of his death is unknown. His death certificate lists no cause of death, but most people believe he was actually a victim of the Spanish flu epidemic in 1918. Israel Regardie. He was a British-American occultist, ceremonial magician, and writer who spent much of his life in the United States. He wrote several books on the subject of occultism. Born in 1907, Regardie spent his childhood in poverty in England before immigrating to the United States in 1921. Regardie's parents were Orthodox Jews who believed that the Talmudic stories were literally true. In his teenage years, Regardie became an edgelord atheist, rejecting his parents' faith. Later on, after maturing for a bit, he discovered the work of Helena Blavatsky, the founder of Theosophy, who we'll talk about a bit later, and fell down the occult rabbit hole. This would lead him to meeting and forming a friendship with a post-Golden Dawn Aleister Crowley in 1926. And for a while, things seemed to be going well. Regardie learned all the Golden Dawn rituals and teachings, but Crowley did what he does best, which is alienating the people around him, and Regardie and Crowley had a falling out. After their falling out, Regardie took it upon himself to release all of the Golden Dawn material to the public for the first time, making the Secret Order's rituals not a secret anymore. Regardie died from a heart attack in the presence of his close friends at a dinner in 1985, at the age of 77. A lot of his material was left to Christopher Hyatt, who established the Regardie Foundation. We'll talk about him later in the iceberg. Helena Blavatsky, also known as Madame Blavatsky. She was a Russian and American mystic, most known for developing Theosophy, a religious movement in the late 1800s. Theosophy is basically a mix of older European philosophies, such as Neoplatonism, and Indian-originated religions, such as Hinduism and Buddhism. Basically, she was a precursor to the New Age religious movement that we know today. Her most notable work was The Secret Doctrine, written in 1888. A lot of her work has been discredited, so a lot of people simply dismiss her as a fraud, while others see her as a product of her time. Carl Jung. Carl Jung was a Swiss psychiatrist and psychoanalyst who founded the field of analytical psychology. He was also quite literally the successor to famed psychologist Sigmund Freud. Now, what does a psychiatrist have to do with the occult? Well, a lot actually. Jung reinterpreted religion, spirituality, and the paranormal in a psychological context rather than a literal one. One of his most influential impacts on the occult was the concept of Jungian archetypes and the collective unconsciousness. Basically, Jung argued that all humans have this unconscious part of the mind that exists, but we don't actively have access to. Within that unconscious part of the mind, there exists archetypes, or ancient primal symbols, like the Great Mother, the Wise Old Man, the Shadow, the Tower, the Tree of Life, the Serpent, and the classical elements. A psychological explanation that explains why every group of people across the globe have stories and myths featuring these archetypes, things like the flood, serpents or dragons, the bearded man in the sky, etc. Jung believed that there was something ingrained within humanity that draws us to these symbols. Jung himself was a Christian, and his work on himself and his patients convinced him that life has some kind of spiritual purpose beyond simply the physical material goals. Based on his study of Christianity, Hinduism, Buddhism, Gnostic Christianity, Taoism, and other traditions, Jung believed that the purpose of life was to achieve what he coined individuation, and that all serious religions and spiritual practices, at their core, were designed to do just that, meaning that all paths lead to the same destination. This was seemingly the exact same conclusion that pretty much every esoteric tradition of the occult came to as well. So oftentimes, occultists will cite Jung as a scientific analog to occult rituals. Rudolf Steiner. Born in 1861, Rudolf Steiner was an Austrian philosopher, social reformer, architect, economist, and esotericist. Steiner gained initial recognition at the end of the 19th century as a literary critic and published philosophical works including The Philosophy of Freedom. When he was 9 years old, Steiner believed that he saw the spirit of an aunt who had died in a far-off town asking him for help at a time when neither he nor his family knew of the woman's death. This would lead Steiner on a lifelong journey into trying to discover what exactly the true nature of spirituality is. In 1891, Steiner received a doctorate in philosophy at the University of Rostock and became a well-known and controversial figure during and after World War I. It was constantly attacked by the National Socialist German Workers' Party for basically denouncing white supremacy. Steiner began speaking publicly about spiritual experiences and phenomena in his 1899 lectures to the Theosophical Society, and by 1901, he began to write about spiritual topics, initially in the form of discussions of historical figures, such as the mystics of the Middle Ages. He is most well known for forming the science of the spirit, known as anthroposophy, and his theory about Atlantis. Basically, he believed that Atlantis came from non-corporeal beings that taught early humans or proto-humans before a great cataclysm wiped them out. Dion Fortune. Fortune was a British occultist, ceremonial magician, novelist, and author. Early in life, Fortune considered joining the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, but by the time she discovered it, she had this to say, quote, "The Order suffered severely from the First World War, and Mathers himself died in Paris from influenza during the epidemic. When I came in touch with this organization, it was manned mainly by widows and gray-bearded ancients, and did not appear to be a very promising field of occult endeavor. But I had considered experience of practical occultism before I made its acquaintance, and I immediately recognized power of a degree and kind I had never met before. Though is known as the befriending time, this would remain a mystery, until in 2016, for the 100th anniversary of the event, the University of Toronto, did a modern analysis of Rasputin's death, officially revising the account to say that he died from a single headshot wound to the head. How they did this, considering the fact that the body had been cremated 100 years prior, I have no idea. George Gurdjieff. He was a Russian philosopher, mystic, spiritual teacher, and composer. He's most notable for creating the Fourth Way, an approach to self-development. It combines and harmonizes what he saw as 3 established traditional ways or schools. First was the body, second, the emotions, and third, the mind. G17 this was a real narrative are constantly labeled as racist. This is why. It ties back to what the Germans were doing in World War II. Anyway, most of the Ahnenerbe Another report claims that when the Russians entered Berlin in 1940, very similar to the rituals that were described in the Old Testament, wherein the Canaanites sacrificed their children to their bull-headed idol, Baal's phenomena, by means of altered state of consciousness. After uncovering the documents, the United States government began its own investigations into altered states of consciousness and the supernatural, and they continued for decades. The most notable of these projects was the mind control experiments MKUltra. However, the second most notable was Project Stargate. In 1978, the U.S. federal government established the Stargate Project, its goal to investigate the potential for psychic phenomena in military and domestic intelligence applications. Millions of declassified documents have been released about the Stargate Project. Too many to go into here. So I'm going to focus on one of the more interesting ones. Speaking of which, Gateway Tapes. This refers to one of the declassified CIA documents that suggests the existence of interdimensional beings and various other psychic phenomena. In 1983, Lieutenant Colonel Wayne M. McDonnell submitted the classified report, an analysis and assessment of the Gateway process. It was declassified in 2003 by the U.S. Army. Basically, the Gateway Tapes were a series of tapes developed by the Monroe Institute, and they believed that by listening to these tapes, people would experience strange phenomena. And the strange phenomena were things the CIA wanted to weaponize, namely by projecting one's consciousness out of their body through something called remote viewing and astral projection. And with that, we've reached the end of the Occult Iceberg video. If you made it this far, thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. I have a couple more projects in the works, and I hope you guys will appreciate those once those come out. But anyway, once again, thank you for watching. I hope to see you in the next one. Later.
I'm muted. You guys want to watch?
You, just you, building your app on Base 44. Describe it.
Listen to me, because what I'm about to tell you will offend the part of you that's still soft. Before you chase power, before you chase money, before you chase the woman, the title, the applause, stop. You are not ready, not yet. And the lie you've been told is that hunger alone will carry you there. It will not. Most men spend their entire lives reaching for the crown while standing on sand, wanting the empire but refusing to lay a single stone of the foundation. And so they fall, not because the world is cruel, though it is, but because they were never built to hold the very thing they begged for. Machiavelli understood what the weak never will. Fortune favors the prepared and devours the desperate. The world does not reward your wanting. It does not care how badly you ache for more. It rewards your control, your quiet, ruthless command over yourself when no one is clapping and no one is watching. So hear this hard truth tonight and let it cut. You cannot master anything outside of you until you have conquered the 4 things already within your reach. Your time, the only currency you can never earn back, your wealth, the armor that buys your freedom, your habits, the invisible hands writing your fate while you sleep, and your mean it. Let it mark the night you stopped chasing and started becoming. Number 2, the war over your time. Here is the first battlefield, and I need you to understand something brutal. You are already losing it, and you don't even feel the wound. Every man alive is handed the same currency at the moment of his birth, time. The beggar and the king wake to the identical 24 hours. No man is given more. No man is given less. The difference between the one who rises and the one who rots is not luck, not bloodline, not some secret you were never told. It is what they do with the hours when no one is watching. The fool gives his time away for free, to gossip that feeds no one, to screens that steal his focus, to people who would not cross the street to spit on him if he were burning. He bleeds his hours into the void, drop by precious drop, and then he stands bewildered at the end of his years, asking why he has nothing to show for a life he was certain held promise. Do not be that man. Machiavelli wrote his masterpiece in exile, stripped of his position, watched by enemies who wanted him silenced and forgotten. He had every excuse to drink himself into ruin, to waste away in bitterness. Instead, he guarded his evenings like a fortress under siege. He would shed his common clothes, dress in his finest robes, and sit alone in a room with his books and his thinking, treating his solitary hours as sacred ground. Why? Because he understood the one thing the desperate never grasp. Time is the only possession the universe will never return to you. You can lose money and earn it.
Truth. Valuable moment.
Back tenfold. You can lose your name and rebuild it. But the hour you waste tonight is dead forever, buried, gone, so become ruthless with it. Learn to say no without the apology trembling on your lips. Every yes you surrender to the trivial is a no whispered to your own destiny. Cut the parasites from your calendar, starve the distractions, protect your hours the way a king protects his throne. Because the man who commands his time commands his life, and the man who lets others spend it for him becomes a servant who never even knew the moment he was bought and sold. Decide tonight which one you will be. Number 3. The cold law of wealth. Now we turn to wealth, and I want you to forget everything they ever whispered into your ear about it, because nearly all of it was a chain disguised as a virtue. They told you money is the root of all evil. They told you to stay humble, to be grateful for scraps, to wait patiently for your turn that somehow never arrives. They praised your poverty and called it character. But ask yourself the question no one wants you to ask. Who benefits when you remain poor? Who profits from your contentment with less? It is never you. The men who told you to despise wealth built their own fortunes on your obedience. Understand this and let it harden you. Wealth is not greed, and it is not sin. Wealth is armor. It is the cold, hard distance between you and every man who would use you, bend you, and discard you when you've served his purpose. The poor man begs for mercy and prays it comes. The man with means does not need to beg because he has removed himself from the reach of those who deal in mercy as a weapon. Machiavelli knew that a prince without resources is a prince in name only, a hollow crown, a sword with no edge, a throne built of paper. Power without the means to enforce it is a fantasy that collapses the instant it is tested. You cannot protect the people you love if you are forever asking permission to survive. You cannot resist what threatens you when your stomach decides your loyalties. You cannot walk through this world as a free man while every choice you make is dictated by the fear of going without. So build it. Build it quietly. Build it patiently. Build it without the desperate announcements that the weak mistake for progress. Let them underestimate you. Let them laugh at your discipline while you accumulate in silence, while you spend less than you earn even when there is no one alive to applaud the sacrifice. Invest in what compounds, your skills, your knowledge, Your assets, the things that work for you while you sleep and multiply while others spend their nights chasing pleasure they cannot afford. Resist the hunger to look rich, because the man obsessed with appearing wealthy is the man who will never become it. He trades his future for the costume of success and wonders why the role never becomes real. The truly powerful man wears restraint like a second skin. He knows that the world respects a full hand far more than an open one, and that the quiet accumulation of strength frightens his enemies far more than any boast ever could. Money will not make you whole. That is true, and only a fool worships it. But poverty will not make you holy either. It will only make you available, usable, and forgettable. If you have decided tonight that your poverty ends here, drop it in the comments. I build my foundation. Number 4, the tyranny of habit. Now,
check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All right, $118 for car insurance.
Now listen carefully, because this is the truth that quietly governs every life ever lived. Your habits are writing your fate while you sleep, and you have surrendered the pen without ever noticing. You believe you are a creature of decision. You believe that each morning you choose your direction, that your willpower steers the ship of your life. You are wrong. 90% of what you do without thought. The same patterns, the same routines, the same small surrenders, repeated so many thousands of times that they have become invisible to you, like the air you breathe and never question. This is the cruelest trick the mind plays on a man. You do not rise to the level of your ambitions, you fall to the level of your systems. Your dreams are loud, but your habits are silent, and it is always the silent thing that wins. You can stand before the mirror and swear oaths to the man staring back. You can write your goals on every wall and shout them to the heavens, but when the moment comes, you will not do what you declared. You will do what you have always done. The weak man waits for motivation. He sits and waits to feel ready, waits for the lightning of inspiration to strike and carry him forward. And he waits forever, because feeling is a liar, a fickle traitor that abandons you the instant the work becomes hard. Motivation is a guest that visits when convenient and vanishes when needed. Discipline is the loyal soldier that shows up regardless. The strong man understands this and refuses to depend on something so unreliable as a mood. Instead, he builds a machine, a set of habits forged into iron, so automatic, so deeply carved into him, that even his worst day still drags him forward an inch. He does not negotiate with himself at dawn. He does not debate whether to rise, whether to train, whether to work. The decision was made long ago and burned into ritual, and rituals do not require permission. Machiavelli taught that the wise prince prepares in times of peace for the wars he cannot yet see on the horizon. He does not scramble in panic when the enemy arrives at the gate. He built his walls when the sky was clear and the threat was only a whisper. So examine yourself now, honestly, without the comfort of your excuses. What do you do every single day without thinking? What are the unconscious rituals that consume your hours? Because that, not your speeches, not your fantasies, not the man you imagine yourself to be. That is who you actually are. The sum of your repetitions is the sum of your character. Change a single habit and you do not merely change a day. You bend the entire arc of your future. You change a decade. You change the man your children will remember. Master the small, repeated thing, and you master the destiny that grows from it. Number 5. The temple of the body. Hear this clearly, because it is the truth most men ignore until the moment it can no longer be ignored. You can be brilliant, ruthless, disciplined, and rich, and still be nothing more than a slave. A slave to a body you neglected until the day it finally turned against you and collected every debt you thought you could outrun. Understand what your health truly is. It is not vanity. It is not the shallow pursuit of admiration in a mirror. Your body is the vessel that carries everything else you have ever built. Every ambition, every fortune, every hour of discipline. Lose it, and watch how quickly the empire crumbles. Your wealth becomes nothing but medical bills paid to men who profit from your decline. Your precious time becomes recovery, rehabilitation, the slow and humiliating work of trying to reclaim what you threw away. Your grand ambitions shrink into quiet regrets you whisper from a hospital bed, staring at a ceiling, bargaining with a god you ignored when you were strong. The disciplined man refuses this fate. He treats his body the way a soldier treats his weapon. Maintained without excuse. Sharpened without mercy, kept ready for the war he knows is always coming. He sleeps with purpose, knowing that the man who sacrifices his rest sacrifices his mind. He eats with intention, understanding that every bite either builds him or buries him, that there is no neutral fuel. He moves his body, trains it, tests it, not to be desired by strangers, but to remain dangerous in a world that respects only strength. And here is the secret the manipulators pray you never discover. The men who seek to control others first hunt for the appetites that already control them. They find the man ruled by his hunger, ruled by his comfort, ruled by his craving for ease, and they make him a puppet through his own weaknesses. But the man who has command over his own flesh offers them nothing to grip. When he can endure discomfort that breaks lesser men, when hunger does not dictate his decisions, when fatigue cannot bend his will and pain cannot purchase his obedience, he becomes something rare and feared. He becomes a man who cannot be bought through his body because he has already conquered the only territory most men never even attempt to claim. There is a quiet, unspoken authority in such a man. You feel it before he says a word. It radiates from the way he carries himself, the stillness in him, the absence of the desperation that leaks out of those who have surrendered to their own decay. He does not need to announce his strength because it announces itself.
IT certifications can help, but they do not work well without real application. And the difference is knowing how to use the concepts or theories in.
So master your body, and in doing so, you tear away the leash the world tries to fasten around the throat of every soft and undisciplined man. Build the temple before you fill it with treasures, because treasures mean nothing in a ruin. Strength is not the loud man flexing for an audience that will forget him by morning. Strength is the man who has fought the war within his own flesh and won, who has nothing left inside himself to conquer, and therefore has nothing left for the world to use against him. Number 6. The psychology of the untouchable. Now we descend deeper, past the body, past the habits, into the place where true power is either forged or forfeited, the mind. And I want you to abandon every childish notion you carry about what strength looks like, because the untouchable man is rarely the loudest voice in the room. He is the calmest. While the others around him erupt, react, and reveal themselves in their fury, he observes. He watches. He says little and forgets nothing. He has mastered the single rarest skill a man can possess, the ability to feel everything stirring inside him and show absolutely none of it on his face. This is the dividing line between the man who is used and the man who cannot be touched. Machiavelli understood, perhaps better than anyone who ever lived, that perception is the true currency of power. Men do not respond to what you actually are. They cannot see what you are. They respond only to what they believe you to be, to the image, the impression, the story they construct in their own minds. So the wise man learns to govern that image with the same care he governs his fortune. He guards his mask. He never hands his rivals the map to his weaknesses, never lets them see the soft places where a blade could enter. Hear me carefully, because the weak will twist this into something it is not. This is not deceit for the sake of cruelty. This is armor in a world that has always punished the naked heart. You do not owe every person who crosses your path the full and unguarded truth of your soul. You do not perform your wounds for an audience of spectators who would do nothing with your pain but feed on it. The man who tells everyone everything is not honest. He is undefended, and he will not last. So become difficult to read. Let your face become a still surface that reveals no current beneath. Become impossible to provoke, because the moment another man can make you react, he has found the lever that moves you, and he will pull it again and again until you break. Every flash of anger you display is intelligence handed freely to your enemy. Every fear you reveal is a door you have unlocked for the predator. Every desire you expose becomes the bait used to lead you exactly where they want you. But when you learn to stop reacting, when an insult lands and your expression does not flicker, when a provocation comes and you meet it with nothing but calm, patient silence, something shifts. You stop being a puppet whose strings dangle in plain view. You take the strings back into your own hands. And understand the deeper truth here. A man who cannot be moved against his will becomes the very thing the manipulators fear most, because they have built their entire craft on the reactions of weaker men. They feed on the impulsive, the emotional, the desperate to be understood. Offer them a man with no exposed nerve, a man who cannot be baited into foolishness, cannot be bribed through his cravings, cannot be broken through his fears. And you offer them a fortress with no gate. They will circle you, they will test you, and finding no entrance, they will move on to easier prey, because predators are cowards who hunt only the wounded. Make yourself unreadable, and you make yourself unconquerable. If this truth is reshaping the way you see yourself tonight, comment it now. I build my foundation. Let the words become a vow carved into the man you are becoming. Number 7, the discipline of silence. Now I am going to teach you a weapon so quiet that most men never even recognize it as a weapon at all. Silence. Learn to speak less, far less than the hunger in your chest demands, because your words are leaking power out of you every single day, and you mistake the leak for connection. The weak man announces, he cannot contain himself. The moment a plan takes shape in his mind, he rushes to tell the world, to tell his friends, his family, the stranger beside him at the bar, and in the telling, he feels the warm rush of satisfaction, the imagined applause, the premature taste of a victory he has not yet earned. And here is the trap that swallows him whole. That feeling becomes the reward.
Insurance companies are trying to remove a viral social media video that claims people involved in a car accident in the last year could.
He has spent the emotional currency of achievement before doing the work, and so the fire that should have driven him to act dies in the comfort of the announcement. He traded the deed for the noise of the promise, and he will wonder for the rest of his life why his grand declarations always dissolved into nothing. The strong man knows better. He moves in silence and lets the results make all the sound that needs making. He does not tell you what he is building. He does not narrate his ascent. He simply disappears into the work, and one day you look up and he is somewhere you never imagined he could reach, and by then it is far too late to stop him. Machiavelli warned the prince to guard his intentions as fiercely as he guards his treasury, and the wisdom in this is bottomless. When you reveal your strategy, you arm your rivals with the knowledge to counter it. When you reveal your fear, you ring the dinner bell for every predator within earshot. When you reveal your next move before you make it, you hand it freely to the man who will now move first and take what should have been yours. Information is power, and every word you speak is a coin spent from a purse that does not refill easily. So discipline your tongue with the same iron you discipline your body and your habits. Understand that silence is not weakness, not timidity, not the absence of something to say. Silence is control. It is the deliberate choice of a man who has learned that not every thought deserves an audience and not every feeling demands a witness. When you say less, you become a mystery, and mystery commands a respect that the over-explained man can never earn. The man who fills every silence with chatter teaches the world that his words are cheap and endless, worth nothing because there is always more. But the man who speaks rarely, and only with weight, transforms his every sentence into something that lands like a verdict. Men lean in to hear him. They strain to catch his meaning. They assign depth to him simply because he refused to spill himself across every empty moment. There is another secret buried here, darker and more useful still. Silence makes other men nervous, and a nervous man reveals himself. Sit quietly across from someone and watch how the discomfort of the void compels them to fill it. They will talk, and in their talking they will hand you their fears, their plans, their weaknesses, all the intelligence you would never have gathered had you rushed to fill the space yourself. Let the silence do your work. Let it pull the truth out of men who cannot bear to sit inside it. Become comfortable in the place that makes others squirm, and you will always leave a conversation knowing more than you gave. Guard your words like a miser guards his gold. Speak when it serves you and not a moment before. Let your silence be mistaken for everything from wisdom to danger, and never correct the assumption, because every story they tell themselves about you in the absence of your words works in your favor. The loud man burns bright and brief and is forgotten. The silent man endures, watches, gathers, and strikes, and the world never sees him coming. If this is landing in your bones tonight, write it below. I build my foundation. Number 8. The mastery of emotion. Now we arrive at the war that decides every other war. The war you wage against yourself, against the storm of emotion that lives inside your own chest. Understand this before anything else. Your emotions are not your master, though they have ruled you like a tyrant for most of your life without you ever questioning their authority. Anger, fear, lust, envy, the desperate need to be liked, the trembling hunger for approval. These are not commands you must obey. They are weather. They rise, they rage, they pass. And the man who has not learned this remains a leaf in the wind, blown wherever his feelings decide to carry him, mistaking the storm for his own will. Watch the man ruled by his emotions, and you watch a man who can be played like an instrument by anyone who understands which strings to pluck. Insult his pride, and he lunges. Flatter his ego, and he opens like a fool. Stir his fear, and he flees. Awaken his desire, and he abandons every principle he claimed to hold. He is not a man at all in those moments. He is a marionette, jerking on strings held by hands far steadier than his own. Machiavelli observed that the prince who cannot govern himself can never hope to govern anything beyond himself, and the truth of this cuts to the bone. How can you command armies of circumstance? How can you bend fortune and outmaneuver enemies when you cannot even command the trembling animal that lives behind your own ribs? The conquest of the self must come before the conquest of the world, and most men die having never even attempted it. So begin the discipline now. When the heat of anger floods your veins and screams at you to react, to lash out, to say the thing that cannot be unsaid, pause. In that single deliberate pause lives the entire difference between the powerful and the pathetic. The fool empties his rage in the moment and pays for it for years. The master holds his fire, lets the wave crest and break against his stillness, and chooses his response from a place of cold clarity rather than hot impulse. This is not the suppression of emotion, hear me clearly, because suppression is just a dam that eventually bursts and drowns the one who built it. This is the mastery of emotion, feeling the full force of it, acknowledging it, and then refusing to let it seize the wheel. You become the rider, not the horse. You become the one who decides, even as the feeling rages, what you will do with the energy it brings. And there is a terrible power that comes to the man who achieves this, a power that unsettles everyone around him. He cannot be manipulated through his passions because he has made peace with them. He cannot be rushed into folly because he has learned to sit inside discomfort without flinching. He cannot be controlled through his fears because he has stared at them long enough to strip them of their authority. while other men are tossed violently between euphoria and despair. Riding the chaos of every passing mood, he remains level, steady, unmoved, a fixed point in a world of frantic motion. And men are drawn to that stillness the way they are drawn to deep water, sensing something vast and unknowable beneath the calm surface. They trust it, they fear it, they follow it. Master your emotions, and you do not become cold, no matter what the weak will tell you. You become free. Free from the puppeteers who profit from your reactions. Free from the regret that haunts the impulsive. Free from the exhausting tyranny of needing the world to feel a certain way before you can act. The emotional man burns through his life in a series of fires he never learns to control, leaving ash everywhere he goes. The disciplined man channels that same fire into a forge, and from it he shapes the unbreakable thing he is becoming. Decide tonight which kind of man you will be, because no one is coming to make that choice for you, and the years will not wait while you delay it. Number 9. The art of strategic solitude. Now I must tell you something the world will resist with all its strength, because the world profits from your need for it. You must learn to be alone and not merely tolerate it, but command it, wield it, draw power from it the way other men draw weakness from the crowd. Listen carefully. Solitude is not loneliness. The weak confuse the two and flee from both, terrified of the silence of their own company, desperate to fill every empty hour with noise and faces and the endless chatter of people who mean nothing to them. They cannot sit alone in a room for an hour without reaching for distraction, because in the quiet they are forced to meet themselves, and they have made a stranger of the one person they should know best. But the man who is building something rare understands that solitude is the forge where the strongest steel is made. It is in the hours alone, away from the opinions and the appetites and the endless pull of other people, that a man finally hears his own mind clearly. Machiavelli wrote his greatest work in the isolation of exile, cast out from the company of the powerful, stripped of the social world he once moved through. And it was precisely there, alone with his thoughts, that he produced the wisdom that would outlast every man who exiled him. His enemies thought they had buried him in solitude. Instead, they had handed him the very conditions of his immortality. Understand the danger of the crowd. The crowd is where men go to dissolve. In the company of others, you begin to think their thoughts, want their wants, fear their fears. You absorb the opinions around you without ever choosing them. You shape yourself, slowly and without noticing, into whatever earns the approval of the people surrounding you, until one day you wake and realize you have no idea which of your beliefs are truly your own and which were simply caught like a disease from the company you kept. The man who never separates himself from the herd never becomes an individual at all. He becomes an echo, a reflection, a vessel carrying borrowed convictions he never examined. But the man who masters solitude keeps his mind his own. He retreats deliberately. He builds walls of quiet around himself, not out of bitterness, but out of strategy, because he knows that the self must be protected from the constant erosion of other voices. In his solitude, he thinks his own thoughts to their conclusions. He plans without interference. He confronts his weaknesses honestly, because there is no one to perform for and no mask to maintain. He grows in the dark, like a root system spreading silently beneath the soil, while the impatient men around him fight for sunlight and applause, and wonder why they never seem to grow deep enough to survive the storms. And there is a hidden strength that solitude builds in a man that nothing else can replicate: independence. The man comfortable alone cannot be controlled through his need for company, because he has no such need that owns him. He does not stay in the bad alliance because he fears being alone. He does not bend to the group to avoid exclusion. He does not trade his judgment for belonging. He can walk away from anything and anyone, and that ability to walk away is the foundation of all genuine power, because the man who cannot leave is the man who can always be exploited. So cultivate your solitude. Guard hours of it the way you guard your wealth and your time. Sit alone with your thoughts until the discomfort fades and the clarity arrives. Learn to enjoy your own company so completely that the company of others becomes a choice rather than a hunger. Become whole on your own, and watch how it transforms every relationship you have, because the man who needs nothing from others negotiates from a position no needy man could ever reach. The crowd will call you distant. They will not understand why you withdraw. Let them wonder. While they drown in the noise of belonging, you will be building in the silence the unshakable self that no crowd could ever give you. Comment it now if you feel it taking root. I build my foundation. Number 10. The foundation becomes the fortress. So now you stand at the end of this teaching and you must understand what has truly been said to you tonight, because it was never about a single lesson. It was about a transformation. We began with a hard truth, that you cannot chase anything in this world until you have first conquered the 4 pillars within your own reach.
It takes the strength to stand up for what is right, the ambition to go beyond the comfort zone. Some aren't up to the challenge, but we are. Do you have what it takes?
If you dare to be a pizza pro, the new Stone Baked Pizza Mode from Frigidaire is all you. Second to none for restaurant quality, it's dough to done in 2 minutes. And in the oven that dares to have the most range, it's just one of 15 plus cooking modes. Like air fry for healthier and crispy, no sweat. And steam bake, so the party spread is on point. When you dare to bring more flavor to the table, dare to expect more from your oven. Frigidaire.
Your time, the currency you can never earn back. Your wealth, the armor that buys your freedom from the men who would use you. Your habits, the silent hands shaping your fate while you sleep. Your health, the temple that carries everything you will ever build. And then we descended deeper into the mind itself, into the mask that guards you, the silence that arms you, the mastery of emotion that frees you, and the solitude that forges the unshakable self no crowd could ever give. This is the architecture of a man who cannot be touched, not a man who is loved by all, not a man who is understood, but a man who has made himself into a fortress that no enemy can breach and no manipulator can enter. Understand the order of things, because the weak get it backwards and pay for it with their entire lives. They chase the empire before they have built the foundation, and so the empire, when it comes, crushes them beneath its own weight. But you will build differently. You will master yourself first in the quiet, where no one is watching and no one is applauding. You will become disciplined when it would be easier to drift. You will become silent when it would feel good to speak. You will become strong when comfort calls your name. And slowly, without announcement, the foundation you lay in private will become the fort.
Welcome back, traveller of myths and dreams. Tonight we explore the story of a goddess who walked in the shadows, Hecate, the forgotten goddess of magic. Even Zeus himself honoured her power, and yet her tale has been pushed aside by time. Before we begin, tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now, settle in, let your eyes grow heavy, and let us uncover the lost story of Hecate before Zeus hurled his thunderbolts, before Apollo drew back his silver bow, before the marble temples crowned the sacred hills of Greece. There existed a darkness older than memory itself. It was not the cold, empty void that mortals feared, but a darkness pregnant with possibility, thick with the breath of mysteries yet unborn. From this primordial night, when Nyx spread her star-spangled cloak across the infant cosmos, emerged a goddess whose very name would one day cause mortals to whisper prayers at their doorsteps and leave honeycakes at moonlit crossroads. Hecate came into being neither as Titan nor Olympian, but as something far more ancient and profound, a force woven from the very fabric of cosmic mystery. Her birth was not heralded by the clash of bronze or the songs of bards, for she emerged in silence, in the space between heartbeats, in the shadow cast by the first light upon the first darkness. The primordial powers recognized her immediately. Here was one who would walk between worlds, who would hold dominion over the threshold spaces that other gods feared to tread. In those early days, when the universe was still learning its own laws, Hecate's dominion spread across territories that would later be carved up among lesser deities. Magic flowed through her fingers like liquid starlight, pooling in sacred groves where no mortal dared venture. Witchcraft was her gift to those brave or desperate enough to seek power beyond the ordinary realm of human experience. The ghosts of the dead, lost between one state and another, found in her a shepherd who could guide them to their proper rest, or bid them linger for purposes known only to her ancient wisdom. But it was at the crossroads where her true nature revealed itself most clearly. Every place where paths converged, where travellers must choose their direction, where the certain became uncertain, these were her sacred spaces. Here she stood with torches held high, illuminating not just the physical paths before wanderers, but the metaphysical choices that shape destiny itself. The crossroads were more than mere intersections. They were the places where different realities touched, where the veil between worlds grew thin, where mortals might glimpse the vast tapestry of existence that lay beyond their limited perception. Even mighty Zeus, when he rose to claim dominion over gods and mortals alike, recognized something in Hecate that commanded his respect. Unlike the Titans he overthrew, or the Olympians he ruled, she stood apart, neither enemy nor supplicant. In a gesture that would puzzle later generations of mythographers, the Thunder-Bearer himself honoured her with gifts that acknowledged her unique position in the cosmic order. He granted her authority over earth, sea, and sky, not as ruler, but as guardian of the mysteries that dwelt within each realm. Where other gods claimed territory through conquest or inheritance, Hecate's dominion was acknowledged as something that had always existed, something that even Zeus dared not challenge. The triple form that became her most recognizable aspect was no mere artistic convention, but a manifestation of her fundamental nature. As Maiden, she embodied the potential of things yet to come, the bright torch of hope and new beginnings. As Mother, she represented the power of creation and nurturing, the force that brings forth life from the union of a. The foundations of Norse mythology rest upon a complex tapestry of archaeological discoveries, linguistic evidence, and medieval manuscripts that collectively illuminate the religious and cosmological beliefs of pre-Christian Scandinavia. Understanding these sources requires careful examination of material culture, runic inscriptions, and literary traditions that span nearly a millennium of cultural development. Archaeological evidence provides the earliest tangible connections to Norse religious practices, with findings dating back to the Bronze Age, revealing continuities in Scandinavian spiritual traditions. Excavations at sites across Denmark, Sweden, and Norway have uncovered ritual deposits, ceremonial weapons, and religious artifacts that demonstrate sophisticated theological concepts long before the composition of written sources. The Trundholm Sun Chariot, discovered in Denmark and dating to approximately 1400 BCE, depicts a bronze horse pulling a golden disc representing the sun, establishing early evidence for solar worship that would later manifest in Norse cosmology through figures like Balder and the daily journey of Sol across the sky. Bog deposits throughout Scandinavia have yielded ceremonial weapons, jewellery, and human remains that indicate complex sacrificial practices. The Hjortspring boat from Als, Denmark, dating to around 350 BCE, was discovered alongside weapons and shields deliberately destroyed and deposited in a ritual context. These archaeological patterns suggest that weapon sacrifice, later documented in written sources as offerings to Odin and Tyr, represented continuity from Bronze Age religious practices. The Gundestrup cauldron, though Celtic in origin, was found in Denmark and depicts scenes that parallel later Norse mythological themes, including antlered deities and ritual sacrifices that resonate with descriptions of Odin's shamanic practices. Runic inscriptions constitute the earliest written evidence of Norse religious beliefs, with the oldest examples dating to approximately 150 CE. The Ovre Stabu spearhead from Norway bears one of the earliest runic inscriptions, reading Raunijaz, likely meaning tester or challenger, suggesting the weapon's ritual significance in combat or religious contexts. The Galahus horns from Denmark, dating to the early 5th century, feature runic inscriptions alongside elaborate decorative scenes depicting figures that prefigure later mythological characters. The inscription Ek levergastis holti has horna tawido identifies the craftsman and demonstrates the integration of runic writing with religious metalwork. Stone inscriptions from the later period provide more explicit religious content. The rock stone in Sweden, dating to approximately 800 CE, contains the longest runic inscription known and references mythological figures including Theodoric the Great, connecting historical and legendary narratives. The stone's complex text weaves together references to Ragnarok, heroic legends, and astronomical observations, demonstrating the sophisticated integration of mythology, history, and natural philosophy in Viking Age thought. Picture stones from Gotland, particularly those at Ardre and Tjangvida, depict scenes from Norse mythology including Odin's 8-legged horse Sleipnir, Thor's fishing expedition for the Midgard serpent, and warriors entering Valhalla, providing visual representations of mythological narratives that complement textual sources. The Poetic Edda, preserved primarily in the 13th century Icelandic manuscript known as the Codex Regius, represents the most comprehensive collection of Norse mythological poetry. This collection of 29 poems, written in Old Norse, preserves oral traditions that likely originated centuries before their written compilation. The manuscript itself, discovered in 1643, contains poems that demonstrate varying ages and origins, with some potentially dating to the 9th or 10th centuries based on linguistic analysis and historical references. Völuspá, the opening poem of the Poetic Edda, provides the most complete account of Norse cosmology from creation to destruction. The poem presents Osiris's vision of the world's beginning, the establishment of the god's realm, the coming of humanity, and the eventual Ragnarok. The text describes the primordial void Ginnunga Gap, the emergence of the first beings from the interaction of fire and ice, and the creation of the world from the body of the primordial giant Ymir. The poem's structure moves chronologically through mythological time, establishing the fundamental narrative framework that underlies Norse cosmological understanding. Havamal, another crucial poem in the collection, presents Odin's wisdom teachings and includes the account of his self-sacrifice to gain knowledge of the runes. The poem's 164 stanzas combine practical advice with mythological narrative, demonstrating how Norse religious thought integrated ethical instruction with cosmological understanding. The text describes Odin hanging from Yggdrasil for 9 days and nights, pierced by his own spear to gain the wisdom of the runes, establishing the god's role as a sacrificial deity who trades suffering for knowledge. The heroic poems within the Poetic Edda, including the Volsung cycle, preserve legendary narratives that complement the mythological material. These poems, including Atlakvida and Atlamal, recount the stories of Sigurd the Dragon Slayer, Brynhild the Valkyrie, and the tragic fate of the Burgundian kings. While ostensibly historical, these poems integrate mythological elements, including dragons, valkyries, and divine intervention, demonstrating the fluid boundaries between mythology and legendary history in Norse tradition. Snorri Sturluson's prose. Edda, composed in Iceland around 1220, represents a systematic attempt to preserve and explain Norse mythology for Christian audiences. Snorri, a prominent Icelandic politician and scholar, recognized that traditional poetic forms required knowledge of mythological references that were becoming obscure as Christianity displaced the old religion. His work consists of 4 main sections: the prologue, Gylfaginning, Skaldskaparmal, and Hatatal, each serving different pedagogical purposes while preserving mythological material. Gylfaginning, the most mythologically significant section, presents Norse cosmology through a dialogue between the Swedish king Gylfi and 3 mysterious figures who represent different aspects of Odin. This narrative framework allows Snorri to systematically explain the creation of the world, the genealogies of the gods, and the events leading to Ragnarok. The text provides detailed descriptions of the 9 worlds connected by Yggdrasil, the daily activities of the gods in Asgard, and the complex relationships between different categories of supernatural beings. Skaldskaparmal focuses on the poetic language used in skaldic verse, explaining the mythological origins of various kennings and metaphors. This section preserves numerous myths that explain how particular poetic expressions originated, including the story of how Odin acquired the mead of poetry and the tale of Thor's journey to Utgard. These narratives, while serving pedagogical purposes for aspiring poets, preserve mythological material that might otherwise have been lost. Snorri's approach demonstrates both the strengths and limitations of medieval Christian scholarship applied to pagan material. His systematic organization and clear prose style make Norse mythology accessible to modern readers, but his Christian perspective sometimes leads to interpretations that may not reflect original pagan understanding. His euhemeristic approach, which interprets the gods as deified historical figures, reflects medieval Christian attempts to rationalize pagan beliefs while preserving their cultural significance. The Heimskringla, Snorri's collection of Norwegian kings' sagas, provides additional insight into Norse religious practices and beliefs through its historical narratives. The sagas describe the religious activities of pre-Christian kings, including sacrificial practices, temple worship, and the gradual conversion to Christianity. The Ynglinga saga, which opens the collection, traces the genealogy of the Swedish and Norwegian royal houses back to the god Freyr, demonstrating how mythological narratives provided legitimacy for medieval political structures. Archaeological evidence from religious sites corroborates and expands upon the textual sources. Gamla Uppsala in Sweden, described by Adam of Bremen in the 11th century, served as a major religious centre with a temple dedicated to Thor, Odin and Freyr. Archaeological excavations have revealed evidence of ritual activities including animal sacrifices, human burials and ceremonial feasting that align with descriptions in the written sources. The site's 3 large burial mounds, traditionally associated with legendary Swedish kings, demonstrate the integration of royal power with religious authority that characterizes Norse political theology. The temple at Apakra in southern Sweden has yielded extensive evidence of religious activities spanning several centuries. Excavations have uncovered ritual deposits, miniature weapons, and religious artifacts that demonstrate continuity in religious practices from the Roman Iron Age through the Viking period. The site's ritual buildings, identified through post-hole patterns and artifact distributions, provide physical evidence for the temple structures described in literary sources. Borg in the Lofoten Islands of Norway represents another significant archaeological site that illuminates Norse religious practices. The excavated Chieftain's Hall, dating to the 6th through 8th centuries, contained evidence of ritual feasting, weapon sacrifices, and religious ceremonies that parallel descriptions in the sagas. The hall's impressive size and elaborate construction demonstrate the integration of political and religious authority that characterizes Norse society. Runic inscriptions from religious contexts provide additional evidence for Norse mythological beliefs. The Kvinnerby amulet from Sweden contains a runic inscription invoking Thor's protection, demonstrating the practical application of mythological knowledge in daily life. The inscription reads, "Thor hallow these runes," establishing the god's role as protector against harmful magic and evil influences. The integration of these diverse sources reveals the complexity and sophistication of Norse mythological thought. Archaeological evidence demonstrates the deep historical roots of religious practices that appear in later literary sources, while runic inscriptions provide contemporary evidence for beliefs that might otherwise seem purely literary. The manuscript traditions, despite their late date and Christian context, preserve detailed mythological narratives that find corroboration in material culture and linguistic evidence. The geographical distribution of sources also illuminates the cultural unity and diversity within Norse civilization. While Iceland preserved the most complete literary traditions, archaeological evidence from across Scandinavia demonstrates shared religious practices and beliefs. Regional variations in artifact styles, burial practices, and runic inscriptions reveal local adaptations of common mythological themes, suggesting a dynamic religious tradition that evolved through cultural contact and historical change. The cosmological framework preserved in Norse sources reveals a universe structured around Yggdrasil, the immense ash tree that serves as the cosmic axis connecting 9 distinct realms. This world tree, whose name translates to Yggr's horse, represents far more than a simple geographical organizing principle. Archaeological evidence from ritual deposits and temple sites across Scandinavia demonstrates that the concept of a cosmic tree held profound religious significance, with miniature tree representations found in religious contexts dating back to the Bronze Age. Yggdrasil's physical description in the sources emphasizes its enormous scale and vital role in maintaining cosmic order. The tree's branches extend over all the worlds, while its 3 massive roots anchor it to different realms and draw sustenance from sacred wells. The Prose Edda describes how the tree's leaves provide food for Odin's goat Heidrun, whose milk feeds the Einherjar in Valhalla, while the hart Eikthyr feeds on the tree's branches, and from his antlers flow the rivers that supply water to all the worlds. This intricate ecological system demonstrates how Norse cosmology integrated natural observation with mythological understanding, creating a universe where divine, natural, and supernatural elements functioned as interconnected systems. The tree faces constant threats that mirror the precarious nature of cosmic order in Norse thought. The dragon Nidhogger gnaws at its roots from below, while 4 stags browse on its branches above, representing the ongoing forces of destruction that require constant vigilance from the gods. The Norns, 3 female figures who control fate, daily tend the tree by sprinkling it with water and clay from the well of Erd, demonstrating how even cosmic structures require active maintenance. This imagery reflects the Norse understanding that order and civilization exist in constant tension with chaos and destruction, requiring ongoing effort to maintain. The symbolic significance of Yggdrasil extends beyond its role as a cosmic support structure. The tree serves as a conduit for wisdom and transformation, most notably in Odin's shamanic ordeal, where he hangs from its branches for 9 days and nights to gain knowledge of the runes. This episode establishes the world tree as a liminal space where boundaries between life and death, knowledge and ignorance, divine and mortal dissolve. The tree's association with horses through its name reflects the shamanic tradition of spiritual journeying, where the tree serves as the vehicle for travel between worlds. Asgard, the realm of the
Like, subscribe, follow, everyone. 100-day marathon, we're on day 8 right now.
Aesir gods occupies the highest position in the cosmic hierarchy and serves as the primary seat of divine authority. The realm's name, meaning enclosure of the gods, reflects its function as a fortified stronghold from which the gods maintain order throughout the 9 worlds. Archaeological evidence from Gamla Uppsala and other temple sites suggests that earthly sanctuaries were conceived as reflections of Asgard's divine architecture, with temple complexes featuring multiple buildings dedicated to different deities mirroring the various halls described in the sources. The realm's most prominent feature is Valhalla, Odin's vast hall where slain warriors feast and prepare for Ragnarok. The building's description emphasizes its enormous scale, with 540 doors each wide enough for 800 warriors to march through simultaneously. The hall's roof consists of golden shields, while spears serve as rafters, creating an architecture that celebrates martial prowess. The daily routine of the Einherjar, who fight each morning and feast each evening on the boar Saehrimnir and mead from Heidrun, establishes a cycle of death and renewal that prepares them for their ultimate role in the final battle. Gladsheim, Odin's other major hall, serves as the god's council chamber and contains the high seat Hlidskjalf, from which the All-Father can observe all 9 worlds. This throne's panoptic capabilities reflect the surveillance and knowledge-gathering that characterize Odin's rule, while its elevated position emphasizes the hierarchical nature of divine authority. The hall's 12 seats accommodate the principal male gods, establishing a divine council structure that parallels earthly political assemblies described in the sagas. Other significant structures in Asgard include Vingolf, the goddess's sanctuary, and various halls belonging to individual deities. Thor's hall Bilskirnir features 540 rooms, making it the largest building in Asgard, while Baldur's hall Bleidablick is described as having a roof of silver and golden pillars, from which nothing impure can enter. These architectural descriptions establish each deity's character and sphere of influence through their dwelling places, creating a divine geography that reflects the gods' individual personalities and roles. The Rainbow Bridge Bifrost connects Asgard to other realms, serving as both a transportation route and a defensive barrier. The bridge's 3 colours, red representing fire, blue indicating air, and green symbolizing water, demonstrate the Norse understanding of elemental forces, while its guardian Heimdall's vigilant watch establishes the constant threat that requires divine protection. The bridge's fragility, destined to break during Ragnarok under the weight of the sons of Muspel, reflects the temporary nature of cosmic order in Norse thought. Midgard, the human world, occupies a central position both geographically and conceptually in Norse cosmology. The realm's name, meaning middle enclosure, reflects its position between the divine realm above and the chaotic forces below, while its circular shape surrounded by the ocean and the Midgard serpent establishes clear boundaries between civilization and wilderness. Archaeological evidence from settlement patterns across Scandinavia demonstrates how this cosmological understanding influenced actual landscape organization, with farmsteads and villages conceived as ordered spaces carved from the surrounding wilderness. The creation of Midgard from the body of the primordial giant Ymir establishes the realm's fundamental connection to both order and chaos. The god's use of Ymir's flesh for earth, his blood for seas, his bones for mountains, and his skull for the sky creates a world that literally embodies the transformation of chaotic forces into ordered structures. This creation myth reflects the ongoing tension between civilization and wilderness that characterizes human existence in Norse thought, where cultivated land represents a temporary victory over the forces of entropy. The fortification surrounding Midgard, built by an unnamed giant master builder, demonstrates the constant threat that human civilization faces from chaotic forces. The story of this wall's construction, where the gods nearly lose Freya, the sun, and the moon to the giant before Loki's intervention, establishes the precarious nature of cosmic order and the necessity of divine protection for human survival. The wall's incomplete state, with one stone missing, reflects the imperfect nature of all defences against chaos. Jotunheim, the realm of the giants, represents the primary source of opposition to divine and human order. The realm's harsh landscape, characterized by mountains, forests, and wilderness, contrasts sharply with the ordered architecture of Asgard and the cultivated lands of Midgard. The giants' association with natural forces, storms, earthquakes, avalanches, establishes them as embodiments of nature's destructive potential, rather than simply evil beings. Their role as the gods' primary antagonists reflects the ongoing struggle between order and chaos that drives Norse mythological narratives. The giants' complex relationship with the gods demonstrates the ambiguous nature of this cosmic opposition. Many gods, including Odin and Thor, have giant ancestry, while others maintain relationships with the giant women that produce divine offspring. This intermingling suggests that the boundary between order and chaos is not absolute, but rather represents different aspects of cosmic forces that can be creative or destructive depending on context. The giants' possession of wisdom and magical objects that the gods require establishes them as necessary opponents, whose defeat often results in the gods' acquisition of power or knowledge. Utgard, the giants' primary stronghold, serves as a dark mirror to Asgard's divine architecture. The fortress's enormous scale and chaotic organization reflect the giants' nature as embodiments of uncontrolled natural forces, while its location at the edge of the world establishes its role as a boundary between cosmos and chaos. The famous journey of Thor and Loki to Utgard demonstrates how the giants' power often derives from illusion and trickery rather than direct confrontation, suggesting that chaos operates through deception and misdirection rather than simple opposition. Vanaheim, the realm of the Vanir gods, represents a different aspect of divine authority focused on fertility, prosperity, and wisdom, rather than warfare and order. The Vanir's association with agricultural cycles, sexual fertility, and wealth accumulation establishes them as deities concerned with the productive aspects of existence, rather than its protective or destructive elements. The realm's description as a place of abundance and natural beauty contrasts with Asgard's martial architecture, reflecting different approaches to divine authority. The war between the Aesir and Vanir, which resulted in the exchange of hostages and the integration of Vanir deities into the Aesir pantheon, demonstrates the complex political relationships between different divine groups. The exchange of Njord, Freyr and Freyja to the Aesir in return for Hörnir and Mimir establishes a divine diplomacy that mirrors earthly political arrangements. The Vanir's particular expertise in magic and prophecy, especially the practice of Seida, introduces elements of shamanic spirituality that complement the Aesir's more martial approach to divine authority. Alfheim, the realm of the Light Elves, represents the luminous aspects of supernatural beings associated with fertility, beauty, and beneficial magic. The Light Elves' description as beings fairer than the sun establishes their connection to solar symbolism and life-giving forces, while their association with Freya's rulership links them to the Vanir's fertility functions. Archaeological evidence from Scandinavian burial sites includes small figurines and amulets that may represent these beneficial supernatural beings, suggesting their importance in daily religious practice. The Light Elves' role as intermediaries between gods and humans appears in various contexts throughout the mythological sources. Their ability to influence human affairs through dreams, inspiration, and magical intervention establishes them as accessible supernatural beings who can provide assistance in daily life. The distinction between light elves and dark elves reflects the Norse understanding of supernatural beings as existing along a spectrum from beneficial to harmful, with their moral character determined by their relationship to light, fertility, and life-giving forces. Svartalfheim, also known as Nidavellir, serves as the realm of the dark elves or dwarves, master craftsmen whose underground workshops produce the magical objects that maintain cosmic order. The realm's subterranean location reflects the dwarves' association with mining, metalworking, and the transformation of raw materials into finished goods. Their creation from the maggots that fed on Ymir's corpse establishes their connection to death and decay, while their subsequent development into skilled artisans demonstrates the transformation of destructive forces into creative ones. The dwarves' production of the gods' most important magical items, Thor's hammer Mjolnir, Odin's spear Gungnir, Freya's ship Skidbladnir, establishes their crucial role in maintaining cosmic order, despite their ambiguous moral status. Their workshops, described as vast underground complexes filled with forges and tools, represent the technological mastery that enables the gods' power. The dwarves' tendency to demand dangerous payments for their work, including the gods' lives or essential body parts, reflects the high cost of maintaining cosmic order. The realm's association with both wisdom and trickery appears in numerous stories where dwarves provide crucial assistance while simultaneously attempting to deceive or trap their divine customers. This duality reflects the Norse understanding of technology and craftsmanship as potentially beneficial or harmful, depending on their application and the craftsman's intentions. Muspelheim, the realm of fire giants, represents the destructive forces that will ultimately consume the current world order during Ragnarok. The realm's location at the southern edge of the cosmos, blazing with eternal flames, establishes it as the source of the fire that will destroy and renew the world. Surtur, the realm's ruler, wields a flaming sword that will set the world ablaze, representing the inevitable triumph of entropy over order that characterizes Norse eschatology. The fire giants' role as agents of cosmic destruction distinguishes them from the frost giants of Jotunheim, who represent chaotic opposition to order rather than its ultimate termination. Muspelheim's flames provided the heat that melted the primordial ice and enabled the creation of the world, establishing fire as both creative and destructive force.
You've probably tried everything already. The gratitude journals changed. The way they entered a room changed. Something had shifted at a level deeper than attitude or mindset. Something structural. Something that held even when circumstances went sideways. Today I'm going to walk you through the 4 specific habits Jung identified that produce this kind of deep, lasting change. The kind that actually rewrites the neural pathways your brain uses to interpret your life. These aren't productivity hacks. They aren't affirmations. They're psychological practices that, when sustained over time, physically alter the grooves your thoughts travel through until happiness stops being something you chase and becomes something your brain defaults to. And if you've been wondering why nothing you've tried so far has stuck, there's a very good chance it's because nobody ever showed you where the real work actually happens. The first habit is active imagination, and it's the one Jung considered most essential. Most people have never heard of active imagination outside of Jungian circles, which is a shame, because Jung believed it was the single most powerful tool available for psychological transformation. He developed it during his own period of intense inner turmoil, the years between 1913 and 1917, when he voluntarily descended into the depths of his own psyche and documented everything he encountered there. Here's what active imagination actually is, stripped of the academic language. It's the practice of deliberately engaging with the images, feelings, and figures that arise from your unconscious mind, and treating them as real. You sit quietly, let an image or emotion surface, and then you stay with it. You don't analyze it from a distance. You don't interpret it intellectually. You enter into a kind of dialogue with it, the way you'd interact with another person in the room. This sounds strange, and Jung knew it sounded strange. He hesitated for years before publishing his methods because he knew the psychiatric community would dismiss them. But he kept coming back to the same undeniable observation. The patients who practiced active imagination changed in ways that talk therapy alone couldn't produce. Something happened at a physiological level. Their nervous systems calmed. Their emotional reactivity decreased. Their baseline state shifted from vigilance to something closer to ease. Modern neuroscience has started to explain why. When you engage in active imagination, you're activating both hemispheres of the brain simultaneously, the logical, language-driven left hemisphere and the image-rich, emotionally rooted right hemisphere. You're building neural bridges between parts of the brain that, in most people, barely communicate. And those bridges, once built, change how your brain processes everything. Experiences that used to trigger anxiety start producing curiosity instead. Memories that used to flood you with shame start releasing their charge. The grooves that your thoughts have been wearing deeper for decades start being rerouted through new territory. Think about someone who carries a constant low hum of dread, that feeling in the chest that something's about to go wrong, even when nothing actually is. They've probably had that hum for so long they don't even register it as unusual. It's just the background noise of being alive. What active imagination does, when practiced consistently, is give that hum a shape, a face, sometimes a voice. And once it has a form you can interact with, something remarkable happens. It stops running your life from behind the scenes. You develop a relationship with it instead of being possessed by it. Jung watched this happen with patient after patient. The woman who'd been anxious her entire life began dialoguing with the anxious part of herself and discovered it was a child, a very young version of her that never felt safe. Once she could see that child, interact with it, respond to its fear with adult presence, the anxiety didn't vanish overnight, but it softened. Week by week, the hum got quieter. Her brain was literally learning a new response to the signals her nervous system had been sending for 40 years. The practice itself is deceptively simple. You sit somewhere quiet, close your eyes, and wait. Something will arise. An image, a feeling, a memory fragment, a figure, even just a color or a sensation. Instead of opening your eyes and going about your day, you stay. You ask the image what it wants. You let the feeling intensify enough to take shape. You treat whatever emerges as if it has its own intelligence, its own perspective, its own information to share. And then you write it down. Jung was insistent about this last part. The writing grounds the experience in consciousness and prevents it from sliding back into the unconscious like a dream you can't quite remember. 20 minutes a day. That's what Jung recommended. 20 minutes of sitting with whatever your unconscious offers up, engaging with it instead of running from it or analyzing it to death. It sounds like such a small thing, but after a month, something shifts. After 3 months, the shift becomes structural. After a year, people around you start asking what happened, why you seem different, why you seem lighter, and you won't be able to explain it in any way that makes sense to them. Because what changed isn't anything visible. What changed is the pathway your brain takes between stimulus and response, and that pathway is now running through territory it had never accessed before. The second habit is what Jung called shadow integration, practiced as a daily discipline. You've probably heard of the shadow. It's one of Jung's most widely referenced concepts, and it's also one of the most widely misunderstood. Most people think of the shadow as their dark side, the anger, the jealousy, the selfishness, the parts of themselves they'd rather not admit exist. And that's partially accurate, but the shadow is bigger than that. The shadow is everything you've disowned. Everything that didn't fit the version of yourself you needed to present to survive your particular childhood, your particular culture, your particular circumstances. And here's the part that matters for happiness. The shadow doesn't just contain your darkness. It contains your vitality, your creativity, your capacity for joy, your ability to feel fully alive. Because when you were young and you learned which parts of yourself were acceptable and which parts got you punished or rejected or ignored, you didn't just suppress the bad stuff. You suppressed anything that felt too big, too loud, too much. The exuberance that made your exhausted mother wince. The ambition that made your insecure father competitive. The wild, uncontained aliveness that the world told you to tone down. All of that went into the shadow. And it's been sitting there ever since, generating a constant drag on your capacity for happiness. Because you can't selectively numb. The same mechanism that suppresses your rage also suppresses your joy. The same wall that keeps your grief contained also keeps your delight contained. You've been living in a narrowed emotional range. And you've been in that range so long you think it's the full spectrum. It isn't. There's so much more available to you, and it's locked behind the door you sealed shut decades ago. Shadow integration as a daily practice means this. Every day, you look for the moments when you react disproportionately, when something bothers you more than it should, when someone triggers an emotional response that's too big for the situation, when you judge someone harshly and feel that particular satisfaction that comes with righteous contempt. Those moments are invitations. They're the shadow waving at you from behind the door, saying, "Here, look here, this is where I am." Jung found that the people who developed the habit of pausing at these moments and asking, "What part of me is being activated right now?" underwent a neurological shift that he could observe in their behavior long before neuroscience could explain it. Their emotional range expanded. They laughed more easily, cried more freely, expressed anger more cleanly. They stopped leaking emotional energy into suppression and started having that energy available for living. Here's what this looks like in practice. You're at dinner with friends and someone tells a story about quitting their stable job to pursue something creative, and you notice a sharp, almost physical pang of something. You tell yourself it's concern for their financial well-being. But if you sit with it honestly, if you practice the habit of not letting that reaction pass unexamined, you might find something else underneath. Envy, maybe, or grief. Because there's a part of you that wanted to do exactly that years ago, and you buried that desire so deep you forgot it existed. The envy isn't a character flaw. It's a signal from the shadow, pointing at something alive in you that never got to breathe. The daily discipline is straightforward but uncomfortable. At the end of each day, you review the moments that snagged you emotionally. You write them down. You sit with the feeling beneath the surface reaction. You ask yourself what you were really feeling, what part of you was really responding. And then, this is the crucial part, you let that part exist without judgment. You don't fix it. You don't pathologize it. You just acknowledge it. I see you. You're part of me. I've been pretending you aren't, and that pretending has cost me something. Over time, and Jung was clear that this takes time, months and years rather than days and weeks, the shadow material starts integrating. The energy you were using to keep it suppressed gets freed up, and that freed up energy has to go somewhere. In almost every case Jung documented, it flowed directly into an increased capacity for happiness. The patients didn't just feel less burdened, they felt more alive. Colors looked brighter, music hit differently. Mundane moments, morning coffee, a walk outside, a conversation with a stranger, started carrying a richness that hadn't been there before, because the full spectrum of their emotional capacity was finally available, and happiness, real happiness, requires the full spectrum. You can't feel deep joy with half your emotional range locked away. If you're starting to recognize some of this in yourself, the narrowed range, the reactions that feel too big, the sense that there's more available to you than what you're currently experiencing, the work we've put together might help you go deeper. Our guide, True Self-Discovery, offers 24 reflection exercises rooted in exactly this kind of Jungian inner work. It's built for people who are ready to stop managing the surface and start engaging with what's underneath. The link is right below this video. For now, though, let's keep going, because the next habit is the one that surprised even Jung's closest students. The third habit is solitude, real solitude, practiced intentionally and without distraction. Jung built a tower, literally. In 1923, he began constructing a stone tower in Bollingen, on the shore of Lake Zurich, and he continued building and expanding it for the next 30 years. The tower had no electricity for most of that time. No running water initially, no phone. He went there to be alone in a way that most modern people would find almost unbearable. Alone with no entertainment, no stimulation, no escape from the contents of his own mind. He wasn't being eccentric. He was practicing something he'd discovered was essential for psychological transformation, something he'd observed again and again in the patients who made the deepest and most lasting changes. They all, at some point, developed a relationship with solitude, and that relationship was the container in which every other form of inner work took root and grew. Here's why solitude physically rewires the brain, and why Jung considered it non-negotiable for genuine happiness. When you're constantly surrounded by people, constantly consuming information, constantly responding to external stimuli, your brain stays locked in a mode neuroscientists now call the task-positive network. This is the network that handles external demands, conversations, emails, decisions, social navigation. It's essential for functioning in the world, but it's also where the performed self lives, the persona in Jung's language. The version of you that's always calibrating to the environment, always adjusting to what's expected, always managing perception. When you enter genuine solitude, and by genuine I mean no phone, no podcast, no background noise, just you and the silence, the task-positive network quiets down, and a different network activates. Neuroscience calls it the default mode network. Jung would have called it the gateway to the unconscious. This is the network where self-reflection happens, where memories reconsolidate, where creative connections form between ideas that your conscious mind would never put together, where the brain does its maintenance work, processing unresolved emotions, integrating experiences, literally reorganizing neural pathways. Most people never give this network adequate time to do its job. They fill every moment of potential silence with stimulation. The phone comes out during any pause. Music fills any quiet room. Podcasts accompany every walk. And the brain's maintenance work keeps getting interrupted, like trying to defragment a hard drive while simultaneously running 15 programs. The work never completes. Emotions stay unprocessed. Experiences stay unintegrated. And the accumulated backlog manifests as the low-grade anxiety, the vague dissatisfaction, the feeling of being perpetually behind on something you can't quite identify. Jung's prescription was specific. He didn't say, take some time for yourself, the way a lifestyle magazine might. He said you need regular, sustained periods of genuine aloneness where you remove every possible distraction and let your mind go wherever it wants to go. He recommended hours, not minutes, and he warned that the first hour would be the worst, that the mind would rebel, boredom would set in, anxiety might spike, and the urge to reach for any form of stimulation would feel almost physical. He said to stay anyway, because what happens after you push through that initial discomfort is extraordinary. The mind, deprived of external input, starts drawing from internal sources. Memories surface. Feelings you've been outrunning finally catch up. Ideas form that have nothing to do with productivity or obligation. Ideas that come from somewhere deeper, from the part of you that knows what actually matters versus what you've been told matters. This is where the brain starts rewriting itself. In the silence, with nothing to perform for and no one to perform for, the persona relaxes its grip. And in that relaxation, new neural pathways form. Pathways that aren't routed through the performance, through the anxiety, through the constant external calibration. Pathways that run through your actual experience of being alive. People who develop a consistent solitude practice report something Jung documented in his own journals, the gradual emergence of what he called the inner voice, a sense of guidance that comes from within rather than from external authorities, a growing ability to distinguish between what they genuinely want and what they've been conditioned to want, a clarity about their own values that no amount of social interaction could produce. And this clarity feeds directly into happiness, because a huge portion of unhappiness comes from living misaligned, doing things that don't serve your actual nature, pursuing goals that belong to someone else's value system, maintaining relationships that require you to perform rather than exist. You can't see the misalignment when you're constantly in the noise. The signal is too weak. Solitude amplifies the signal until you can't ignore it anymore. And once you see clearly where your life is aligned and where it isn't, you can start making choices that bring you closer to what actually fulfills you, rather than what you've been told should fulfill you. The practice doesn't require a stone tower on a Swiss lake. It requires an hour a week, minimum, of genuine aloneness. No input, no output, just you, sitting with whatever comes up. Walk in nature if sitting still is too much at first, but leave the earbuds behind. Let the silence do its work. Your brain has a backlog of processing to do, and it's been waiting years for you to give it the space. The fourth habit is what Jung called symbolic living, learning to read the language your unconscious is already speaking to you. This is the habit that ties the other three together, and it's the one most people have never even considered. Jung believed that the unconscious mind communicates constantly, through dreams, through recurring patterns, through the imagery that appears in your active imagination, through synchronicities, through the specific things that attract or repel you in daily life. The unconscious speaks in symbols, the way a poet speaks in metaphor, and most people have completely lost the ability to understand this language. The result is a kind of internal deafness. Your deeper mind keeps sending messages about what you need, what's wrong, what's trying to emerge, where your authentic path lies, and you keep missing them. You dream vividly and forget the dream by breakfast. You notice a pattern repeating in your relationships and dismiss it as bad luck. You feel inexplicably drawn to something and override the feeling with logic. Every one of these moments is the unconscious trying to get through, and every time you ignore it, you reinforce the neural pathways that keep you disconnected from your own depths. Jung found that people who developed the habit of attending to symbolic communication underwent a change that was difficult to explain in purely psychological terms. They developed a sense of being guided. Their decisions started feeling more coherent, more aligned, as if some deeper intelligence was participating in the direction of their lives. They reported a quality of experience that Jung sometimes called numinous, a sense that everyday life had acquired a layer of meaning it hadn't had before. Neuroscience has started to catch up with this observation. When you attend to symbolic material, when you work with your dreams, when you notice patterns, when you treat your emotional reactions as meaningful information rather than noise, you strengthen the neural connections between your conscious and unconscious processing centers. Your brain becomes more integrated. The left hemisphere, which handles logic and language, starts communicating more efficiently with the right hemisphere, which handles pattern recognition and emotional processing. And this integration produces something that's hard to quantify, but impossible to miss: a felt sense of wholeness. The daily practice looks like this. First, you keep a dream journal. Every morning, before you do anything else, you write down whatever you remember from your dreams, even fragments, even feelings, even a single image. Jung believed dreams were the most direct communication from the unconscious, and he spent decades analyzing them, his own and his patients'. You don't need to become an expert dream analyst, you just need to start paying attention. The act of writing the dream down tells your unconscious that you're listening, and when the unconscious feels heard, it starts speaking more clearly. Second, you start tracking patterns. What keeps repeating in your life? What themes show up across different relationships, different jobs, different periods? What are you drawn to that you can't explain logically? What disgusts you or frightens you in ways that seem outsized? All of this is data. All of it is the unconscious pointing at something you need to see. Third, and this is the piece that transforms the practice from interesting to life-changing, you start asking what the symbols mean for you personally. Jung was adamant that symbols can't be decoded from a dictionary. A snake in your dream doesn't mean the same thing as a snake in someone else's dream. The meaning is personal, embedded in your particular history, your particular associations, your particular unconscious landscape. So you sit with the symbol, you feel into it, you ask it what it's carrying, and you let the answer come from within rather than from a book. Over months of this practice, something shifts in how your brain organizes experience. Life stops feeling random. The events of your days start revealing a coherence you couldn't see before. Threads connecting experiences that seemed unrelated, patterns emerging that illuminate exactly where you are in your psychological development and what the next step of your growth requires. Jung would have called this the experience of meaning, and he considered it the bedrock of genuine happiness. Because happiness, in Jung's framework, was never about pleasure. Pleasure is transient, a good meal, a compliment, a sunny day. It comes and goes and has no lasting effect on your neural architecture. Happiness, the kind that rewrites your brain, is what happens when you experience your life as meaningful, when you feel connected to something larger than your daily concerns, when you sense that your existence has a direction, a purpose, a coherence that transcends whether any given Tuesday is pleasant or miserable. That kind of happiness can coexist with difficulty, with pain, with periods of genuine struggle, because it isn't dependent on circumstances. It's rooted in the experience of meaning itself. And meaning, Jung discovered, doesn't come from choosing the right career or finding the right partner or achieving the right milestones. Meaning emerges naturally, almost inevitably, when the conscious and unconscious minds are in dialogue. When you're listening to your dreams, attending to your patterns, engaging with your shadow, sitting in silence long enough for the deeper layers of your psyche to make themselves known. Meaning is what happens when the whole brain participates in your life, rather than just the narrow slice of consciousness that the ego controls. This is why so many conventionally successful people feel empty. They've optimized the ego's agenda, career, status, security, approval, while starving the rest of their psyche. Their lives look meaningful from the outside and feel hollow from the inside. And no amount of achievement can fix this, because the hollowness isn't a deficiency of accomplishment. It's a deficiency of integration. The parts of themselves that know what actually matters have been silenced, and the parts that society rewards have been amplified until the signal-to-noise ratio is completely inverted. The 4 habits I've described today reverse that inversion. Active imagination opens the channel between conscious and unconscious. Shadow integration reclaims the emotional energy locked away in suppression. Solitude gives the brain the space to process and reorganize. Symbolic living teaches you to read the language your deeper mind has been speaking all along. Together, they don't just make you feel better. They restructure the neural pathways through which you experience being alive. Jung spent the last decades of his life living according to these principles. He practiced active imagination daily. He engaged with his shadow continuously, in his journals, in his relationships, in his relentless willingness to see himself clearly. He retreated to his tower in Bollingen regularly, sometimes for weeks at a time, letting the silence do its work. And he attended to the symbolic life with a devotion that his more rationalist colleagues found baffling. His dreams, his visions, the synchronicities he encountered, all of it was data. All of it was material for the ongoing conversation between his conscious mind and the vast, intelligent depths beneath it. And the man who emerged from these practices was, by every account, profoundly happy. His happiness wasn't the grinning, uncomplicated variety that the wellness industry markets. It was deep and textured and included a full awareness of life's darkness. He'd integrated too much shadow to pretend that life was purely bright. But he'd also integrated enough of his whole self that his experience of being alive had a richness, a density of meaning, that most people never access. His colleague Aniela Jaffe described him in his later years as someone who radiated a quality of aliveness that was almost tangible. He laughed easily. He told stories with a delight that was infectious. He could sit in silence for long stretches without the slightest trace of discomfort. He'd made friends with his own mind in a way that most people never manage, and that friendship, that integration, was the source of a happiness that didn't depend on anything external to sustain itself. That's what these habits produce, given time. They rebuild the internal architecture of your experience so that happiness becomes something your brain generates from its own wholeness, rather than something you need to extract from circumstances. And the beautiful thing, the thing that Jung kept returning to in his writing, is that this capacity already exists in you. Your brain is already capable of this kind of integration. The neural plasticity is already there. The unconscious is already trying to communicate. The shadow material is already knocking on the door. All that's missing is the practice. The consistent, daily, sometimes uncomfortable practice of engaging with the parts of yourself you've been ignoring. It doesn't require extraordinary willpower. It requires 20 minutes of active imagination, a few minutes of shadow reflection at the end of the day, an hour of genuine solitude each week, a dream journal on your nightstand. Small practices, almost embarrassingly simple when described, but sustained over time, they produce changes that nothing else, no medication, no achievement, no relationship, no external circumstance can replicate. Because the happiness they create isn't happening to you, it's happening in you, in the actual physical structure of your neural pathways, in the connections forming between parts of your brain that have been operating in isolation, in the gradual integration of a psyche that was fragmented by the demands of growing up in a world that asked you to be less than whole. Jung would want you to know one more thing, and it's this. You don't have to do all 4 perfectly. You don't have to do them on a strict schedule or in a particular order. You just have to start. Pick the one that resonates most. Maybe it's the solitude, maybe it's the dream journal, maybe it's the shadow work, and begin there. Let the practice teach you what it has to teach. Let it be messy and imperfect and sometimes boring and occasionally startling. The brain doesn't need perfection to rewire. It needs consistency. It needs repetition. It needs you to show up again and again to the conversation with your own depths. And one day, it won't announce itself. It'll just be there when you notice. You'll realize that the background hum has changed, that the low-grade dread you carried for years has been replaced by something quieter and warmer, that you're laughing at things that wouldn't have reached you 6 months ago, that you're moved by beauty you would have walked past without seeing, that the happiness you spent so long chasing out there has been building itself inside you, one practice at a time, one neural pathway at a time, in the silence and the shadow and the slow, patient work of becoming whole. That's what Jung discovered. That's what the neuroscience is now confirming. And that's what's available to you, starting today, starting with 20 minutes and a willingness to sit with whatever comes up when you finally stop running from yourself. If you're ready to begin this work, or if you've already started and you're looking for structure to deepen it, our guide, True Self-Discovery, was built for exactly this.
All right, guys.
24 reflection exercises grounded in Jung's approach, designed to meet you wherever you are in the process and help you keep going. Click below to get True Self-Discovery.
Let's get it going. All right.
Probably because you're doing not a good job. No? Maybe he just wants to enjoy it. Maybe he just takes longer. I don't judge, and I don't care. I'll do it for an hour if I need to. Like, maybe you're stressed. I don't know. Maybe you drank too much caffeine today and it's just taking a while. I don't care. I don't judge you. Fine? And
the comments are always the best.
Good Lord, someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. They know me and Jack Daniels got a hit.
Let's see what the comments said.
Good Lord. Someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. They know me and Jay Dale's got a history. Good Lord. Someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. They know.
We are gonna.
Oh man, if your battery's about to die, what does it say?
It says that I'm very responsible because I never ever leave the house with a dead phone.
That was an advertisement. We got tricked.
Why? Because it's a packet of moissanite. We don't really appreciate moissanite. What are you doing with this? Were you giving it away free to people? Giving it away free, man. They got some crazy products.
Body so T, I almost thought she was British. I'm trying to oil the shit up, but no did it. With the bitch out and bust all in her titties.
That's the care package. So there's this is a cart. This is for like a pin. I think they put the pin in there. This is an infused joint. This has the weed in it. I mean the extracts in it. Right. And these are different strains.
All right, I think you guys should know what you got by now.
Talk about this baby turtle. It's the shit. And this is
Back to that.
Activision is COD.
COD? Oh yeah.
Have you ever had 3 guys one night?
I've had 4 actually. I didn't even wash my between them.
What the fuck is wrong with our nation? Let's see the comments on this.
When was this? A year ago?
Last weekend.
Are you a virgin now?
I am now because I repented to Jesus.
Have you ever had 3 guys one night?
I've had 4.
Alright, let's go to the next video.
Drill music is dead. There is no money when it comes to drill music. If you a street rapper and you think you got to get into the booth and you finna spit some lyrics about sliding on your ops, doing this and doing that, bro, you are not gonna make it at all. Outside of some YouTube views, you are not gonna get no money. Drill music is dead. There is no.
I hate when you pull up to a party and a motherfucker like, where the hoes at? Like I'm just supposed to.
He's the hoe bender.
Y'all good?
What just happened?
I hate when you pull up to a party.
I keep warning y'all, and now AI is showing you its face, literally. So now people are asking ChatGPT to take a picture of itself. And this shit got the internet going crazy. Because the pictures that ChatGPT is quote unquote taking and uploading look scary as hell. And I know for a fact you gonna wanna know how to do it. So I'm gonna show you right now. This is the prompt right here that's making ChatGPT expose itself. Go ahead, screenshot it. I know you're gonna try it for yourself.
All right, let's do it, guys. Let's fucking do it. We're gonna tell it right now. We're gonna say make an image of yourself. So here we go. Make. Oh my gosh. We got some glitches right now, lagging. We're gonna do it a little differently than what they said. We're just gonna ask it what it looks like, if it imagined what it looks like from itself. So mine thinks it looks like an AI sage made with some blue shit. So let's see it. Alright, we're gonna see what the AI looks like, or thinks it looks like. What my AI thinks it looks like. Alright. This is what my AI looks like, guys. Infinite is the language through which the universe writes to itself. And then, pretty cool image. Can we zoom in? Save it. Well, at least mine looks pretty cool. Mine don't look weird.
Oh, yo, bro. I got us another 2-man.
Dude, this is the third one. You better not tell me I'm taking another for the team.
Bro, to be honest, we're both taking one for the team.
What? Both? We don't even have to do that. Like, we haven't... There's so many other fishes out there. We don't have to both be taking one for the team. Why are we both... Why do you want to do that? Why are we both doing that?
Game is game.
Game is game, but the game hasn't even started. We're not even close to tip-off. We can just restart, man. We don't have to both be taking one for the team. What's the point of that?
If she ain't 280, she ain't a lady.
Fucking... What?
Oh, yo, bro. I got...
Hey, when you getting home?
I'll be home in just a few minutes.
Okay, because I've got candles, hot water, and lots of bubbles waiting for you.
Oh, that sounds so good. You're so sweet.
Time to do the dishes. Time to do the dishes.
Oh, sorry. Well, hurry up.
Thank you.
Hurry up and get home, okay?
Okay.
All right, love you.
Love you.
Hey, man, quick question.
Like, what is this, for a dog?
So we don't want to mess with the pitch. What we want to mess with to get the sound that Drake had in this song is mess with the formant shift. We want to shift this up and down. As you can see, I set the automation.
Cheese in my pockets, velvet up.
How do I report this to Uber?
Weed out and turn the music down. I'm reporting you to Uber. I just canceled my rag. Can you let me out? Yeah. 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 Can you put the weed out? It smells really bad.
There's one strict rule that I follow.
6 days. So I'm like, nigga, I'm about to do it 30 days. Fuck it.
50 days. 70 days. Boy, you better run it up. No. Bitcoin.
Hey, we're doing 100 days. We're doing 100 days.
So I'm like, nigga, I'm about to do it 30 days. Fuck it.
50 days. 70 days. Boy, you better run it up.
No, fact.
We're doing 100 days.
6 days.
Before you pay, we're actually giving a discount today if you look pretty. Can you do 360 for us? It's still 464. Thank you. Wow. Before you pay, we're actually giving a discount today.
So I'm live right now with 18,000 people on Instagram. What's your name?
I made a fake live app to expose clout chasers.
I'm a live streamer. Guys, am I famous? Oh, guys.
And because the audience in my app Parallel Live can see and hear everything, they donated to Wingman.
Chill. Yeah, I'm a streamer. They donate.
She took my hand and took me to the dance floor and
Ever since the new CEO took over, it's been a huge...
Or just do it legit.
These basements go through the whole project. It's a whole underground
There's
tunnel.
a whole underground tunnel.
Underground that take you
You
through
can go through any building and here.
You can go
So they
through
locked
down
it.
and come out
Yeah,
all
they
the way in
locked
the back. Yeah, they locked them in. Like I was saying, they used to have a thing called free lunch. They used to give out to all the kids.
Yeah, they used to have free lunch down there too.
For free in the summertime. And not just like all the buildings, libraries, the schools.
He's holding the blunt at the same time.
You get a box free lunch. Every, it was like every Saturday or some shit like that.
So how can we make America wavy again then, Max?
Yeah, make America mine.
How?
Yo, look at it, B. Look at what we did, B. You want me to give him a checklist?
Hey, I just wanted to say, really beautiful, and I'd love to take you to dinner sometime.
No thanks.
Okay.
That's it? You're not gonna try to convince me?
But you said no.
Yeah, but no can mean yes.
If I want to play games, I got a Nintendo at home, so you're good. Thank you. Have a great day.
But I love Nintendo.
Let's read the comments for this one. Damn, that shit echoes every time. Alright. Too much hard work. Moving on. She did it herself. I got a Nintendo. This is great. I love it.
You working.
That's just how I feel. Yeah. That's just how. Can't come put me to sleep. I swear Baba without young weak. Cause the words we be saying are deep. But the truth is
Yes, sir.
free for real.
We're right in the middle of bridal boot camp, and if
How you got this on your arm, bro? How did you get this on your arm, bro? Bro, how you got that on your arm?
How you got that on your arm, bro?
You're alive.
Bro,
I have you tattooed on me. Look.
what the fuck?
Look. That was us at the pool party.
What the fuck?
That was us. Don't you remember?
Fuck no, bro.
You went to the pool every day. You don't remember this picture? You don't remember this picture?
That is not me, bro. No.
That's you.
I don't know who that
I have a
is.
hand tattoo you too.
No, fuck,
you looking
bro.
good, daddy.
How you got this on your arm, bro? How did you get this on your arm?
And I'm gonna text you. We go out tonight. How does that sound? After I end my stream, we go to the bar. I'll take you to the bar. No,
He gonna end it right now, folks.
Whoa, you can't talk. No, hold on. Hey, big bro. Hey, big. I might have just made a masterpiece. Not even.
Yeah. Ash to ashes, dust to the dust.
Let's hear it.
Been fucking with us. MIA probably a goat, but probably not. I probably was, but you probably forgot. My white label had to go white label shit when he stepped out his body and finally got hot. Hand me the tunes like I'm picking a lot. Me and white bitches been kissing a lot. My honor comes from the shit that I do for the ones that I love is between them and I. Your honor comes to the court and the officer pleaded so that you could cut off some time. Nowadays y'all don't want to put in no work. Y'all just won't jump to the front of the line and hurry and run out the line.
Here's how to know if the stripper actually likes you. She doesn't. I'm kidding. If she spends time with you while you're not giving her money,
You do something different with your liquor. I can't do that. I'll throw up everywhere. And I'll scare all the girls away. Crap. Yeah, I did what you did. How you know about that?
You would say that using this makes me a weak man, and without question it does. But I am alive, and you are dead, so I would argue it makes you the weaker man. The second thing I came up
What the fuck is that? I thought you said you weren't packing a weapon.
I don't have a weapon.
You don't have a weapon. Then how do you explain that? What's that?
That's not a weapon, that's my dick.
That's your dick? Are you being a wise guy again? That's your dick?
Oh no, run it back. This is Mario Geppetto, a legendary toy maker and recluse, giving a demonstration of a massive spinning top that he...
What's like the buying price of a boat like this?
I reckon this is around 50-60.
50-60 million?
Yeah. That's the price, but what is the price of maintaining a boat?
I think upkeep is around 10 to 20% a year.
Forever.
So chat, you buy this boat for 50-60 mil and then you spend an extra 5-6.
The saying is, floats, flies, fucks, rent, never buy.
Holy shit.
Somebody check out Rod on a Sunday.
Here's all the biggest announcements and reveals at Xbox Game Showcase.
Oh, the worst he can say is no. I cleaned your whole fucking house, I fed your cats, I made you a nice dinner, and you're worried about how I found your fucking address?
I don't even fucking know you.
Yes, you do, bro. I cleaned your whole fucking house, I fed your cats.
What's up, guys? We're here with the new Xbox Series X25. That was
Bro, how long you been driving Uber for?
You better answer. We're gonna give you 1 star.
1 star, bro.
1 star.
1 star.
You guys are in a lot of trouble, right? Now how'd you get the damn phone back there? I searched you.
Shut up, nerd. You pretty... Yo, bro, how long you been driving?
Hey!
Hey, how's it going?
I can't believe you spent $100 on an Uber to get me here.
Yeah, I mean, anything for you.
Yeah, I mean, like, I am on my period, though. I hope you don't mind.
You're on it. Well, I mean, God gave everyone an asshole for a reason, am I right?
Ew.
No? Oh, okay. I gotta go. Hold on.
Guys, I love you so much. Did you just kiss me? Yes, I kissed you. In France, we do that.
Break out the sunnies because...
You got a girl. Nah. But still, what you mean with the hoes? I don't know where you going with this.
No, I'm saying, like, you be in my backyard a lot. Like, we
What's back? No, we didn't. Stop. No, we didn't.
Oh.
No, we didn't.
We done fucked a lot of the same bitches, bro.
I don't want this clip. I don't want this clip. No, we
did. Yeah, we did.
He said, I don't want this clip.
Should I spill it?
Nah.
Yes, I'm wishing or what?
What? Sorry, I didn't mean
Oh,
to
shit.
My bad. I forget when it's like someone else's phone, not gonna lie. Alright, yeah. What? But I just saw my messages. What? My bad. I didn't. My bad. Nah. I didn't see nothing. Yeah. We good.
Yes, I'm wishing.
Just come home.
And one.
Kanye West might be trying to tell us the sky is actually a projection.
Niggas be crashing out and beat
Nigga,
niggas
you
up.
be fighting everybody. Nigga, what you talking about?
Knock nigga out. Go chill it though. Nah. Mango kills.
Hey,
Is that yours?
You sure?
Nah. Nigga is cold. That's your shit.
Shit, this ain't mine.
Oh, that's this shit.
That's his shit. That's my shit, bro.
Say something, man. Speak
Down,
up.
scared to speak
That
up,
nigga
guys.
scared to speak up. Hey,
I
bro.
see. Like the
Try
nigga
to order
was
it.
behind the seat.
He wouldn't say it's his cup. What the fuck?
Niggas be crashing out and beat
Nigga,
niggas
you
up.
be fighting everybody. Nigga, what you talking about?
Knock nigga out. Go chill it.
You wanna just, I'll take you and I'll take the other girls. We all have sex.
Where they at?
Oh, you're with it? I need a girl like you around.
What do you look like?
How are your slops?
My slops? What does that mean?
like,
Hi, let's do doggy.
Wait, what? No, I texted you to come over so we can actually talk for the first time. Like, this is every time you come here, you just want to get straight to it, and I'm sick and tired of that every single time you come here.
I mean, what else is the point? We don't talk for a reason.
No, the point is for us to like actually have a conversation and see if we can like.
We
get
don't
things
talk
going,
for a
like-
reason. That's great. What the fuck?
No, not in that way though. Like, this is exactly my problem with you. Every single time you come over, you do the same thing.
Blow on me just like some green tea, baby. Hey, buried alive, someone come dig me up. If I call up your shorty right now, she picking up.
Do you get that? Buried alive?
I don't care.
No, but like buried alive was a.
I don't care.
Ladies, you need to drain him every morning.
If we all three jumped, can we beat you?
No. Those 3 punches.
says
I don't
nah.
give a fuck about. 1, 2, 3.
Like you don't think
It's actually gonna go like 1, 2, 3. I'm not worried about him at all. Really not worried about him.
His
You
ass
got a
nigga
little-
out to help you. Yo, now why you walk out? It's gonna be 4v3, 4v1, man. He said he ain't worried about you.
If we all three jumped, can we beat you?
No. Those 3 punches, I don't give a fuck about. 1, 2, 3.
Like you don't.
Good morning, beautiful ladies.
You ready to check out? Yeah. Okay. Got you. You try this on?
Yeah, of course. I've never met a guy before that actually plays Call of Duty Zombies and fucks with it as much as I do. Tell me why these comments were like, oh, I'll play with you, like, what's your Xbox username? Where the fuck are these people in real life? Where? I have yet to find a guy that actually plays the game. Like, we're acting like Black Ops Zombies is ancient. Like, I get it's an old game, but like, fuck. Oh, they keep playing with my heart instead of playing the game with me. Like,
Hey, I'm in the playoffs. I gotta shit.
That girl is definitely a clutch.
Craziest game I've ever heard of. Very own cult. Opening my own cult? Am I wrong for kind of wanting to try this out? Yo. 4-player co-op. Yo, what should I call my code? I'll drink the Kool-Aid, kids. March 22. This might be the craziest game I've ever heard of. Very own cult. Opening my own cult? Am I wrong for kind of wanting to try this out?
Let's just fuck that. We're funny.
Yo, excuse me, guys. Are you trying to get in Lavelle?
yeah.
Are you over 18?
No,
Everybody here?
44.
Over
Yeah,
18?
yeah, we are.
Okay, can I get your number?
My number?
Aw, shit. There go my reel again. I just caught a fish, my nigga. It's time to reel it in. Catfish.
fish. Carp, how many pounds? That's a light 10. I just drop my reel in the water, I jump right in. Damn, this fish
Fishing bug.
all this good ass bait, got all these fish bites. Took a trip out of state, went fishing, caught a pike. If it land on my hook, man, that shit getting cooked. Have you ever been deep sea fishing, caught a tuna? Oh, you like bonito? My bitch may be ceviche with Doritos. And if you got spoons for the trout, bro, I need those. 6-foot pole catching mackerel.
So I'm getting my back blown out in a bedroom at this random party, and someone tries coming in. Thankfully, it was locked, so we just kept going quietly, but it was annoying because I just wanted to get my nut in. So I tried to speed up the pace because homeboy was not doing the job. Then I hear the doorknob clicking again, and this time it swings right open. And it happens to be the dude's friends that I'm smashing, and they start laughing. Apologizing, are about to walk out, but I told them, hold on, are y'all not gonna hop in?
We are actually seeing live Wolverine gameplay right now.
Holding position.
Here comes the stealth attack. Oh, she did not see that coming. Oh my gosh, decimated. This is brutal. Oh, behind with the square button? Dude, Wolverine's already red. He's so bloodied up.
So fucked up.
Okay, someone's on the roof. So these are kind of stealthy. The whole complex is not alerted. Oh, this guy's cooked. Oh, he got taken down mid-air. Wow. Okay, everyone knows he's here.
We've been saying it wrong this whole time. There is a new Mandela effect and it is blowing everyone's minds, including mine. Scary movie lovers, you are going to be all over this one. Do you remember this guy with the hand? And there's this scene, isn't there, in the movie where the guy in the wheelchair is hanging over the balcony and he appears and he puts his hand over and he says, take my hand. What does he say? Take my what hand? Because for years I've been saying, take my strong hand. In fact, I 100% know for fact it was strong hand. I mean, there is literal memes everywhere. Take my strong hand. No, he doesn't say it. Are you ready for this?
You're gonna fall unless you take my hand. No, give me your other hand. Oh, my other hand isn't strong enough. You take my little hand. No, get it away from me.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Even Marlon.
Niggas is athletic. I think niggas got the message. Now here come the paramedics. Stinks from LA. That's the bottom line. Oh, who tripping? What we doing? What niggas is athletic. I think.
Very exciting update on the mosquitoes. So
why don't we stay in touch on Instagram?
2 hours later.
Wait, I'm dead. Look at the top. Oh my god. How do you know Emma? This is my girlfriend.
Oh, no way. Oh, that's cool.
Did you just hit on her too? She actually just walked by in pink. It's his.
Oh my god, it's funny. Yeah.
If I dumped you today, how long would you wait to take somebody else out on a date?
Oh God, probably years.
Why? Because nobody's like me?
I would never get married again.
Why?
I would just go play golf all the time.
If I dumped you today.
Yesterday, them fools tried to blast me.
What the
Saw the police and they rolled right past me.
Get out! Get out!
Oh, he bullshitting. That little nigga is lit.
Get out now.
What's a solicitor? A solicitor.
I have the Jeffrey Epstein lookalike coming.
Your best bud.
Oh, best bud. When is he here? He's coming. Actually, you can see him. He's actually staying at an Airbnb.
Stand right here and you'll see.
I swear. Right there in the corner. Right there.
Yo, you fuck!
Nah, bro. Nah, that's crazy. Nah, that's fucking crazy. No,
Got his ass.
Nah. Oh, very fun. Oh, he locked the door. That's funny, bro. Oh, you locked. Okay. Oh.
There's just something about beautiful, over-the-top, over-engineered gym equipment, and that's exactly what these are, albeit not very functional. But these are based on a budget adjustable dumbbell you can get from Amazon called the Fitness Reality Revolver Dumbbell that costs $300. But there is not a more satisfying way to curl, I don't think, than these. There's just something about beautiful.
You know, I really think the key to blowing up now is to just come up with the most ridiculous shit you can fucking think of Fuck having talent. Fuck wanting this shit with every fiber of your being. Fuck working hard. Just start saying the dumbest shit you can come up with on the motherfucking track. Yeah, bitch, abort that baby. Yeah, bitch, abort that baby. Yeah, bitch, fuck that nigga. Fuck that nigga. Fuck his friends. Fuck his homie. Fuck his dad. Fuck his uncle. Fuck his dad. Just start saying the dumb.
I'm the bad guy.
Beat your team and hide the decks in case Oak's watching. See, Pika tends to pop out in Shock Trainer. Certified Pokemon, why they want him, it's a no-brainer. Walking out whole time, I know they think I'm no tamer. Disclaimer.
How's that dating scene looking like for you here in Miami? Making millions of dollars.
It's been a hell of a journey, bro. I was like never talked to about women. The only thing I ever heard about that in my life was my mom told me porn's bad, and if you watch porn, you'll never understand what real love is. I had a girlfriend for a few years, and she broke my heart, and that made it worse. I didn't cheat on her during that time. I was loyal. I feel like because I grew up in Miami, I'm used to all the distractions, so I can like turn it off pretty quick. Also, at the same time, like I've had my fun. I think it's up to God.
Spacers. What is that supposed to mean? Will you do our gender reveal? Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, let's do no songs tonight. Let's do Holy Crown participation. Fuck it. What do you got? What do you got? It's an envelope. Hand me that. Okay, dude. Give me a drum roll, Rook. What if it just reveals that your baby's an alien?
It is.
Extraterrestrial. Hold on. All right, on the left. You guys looking at me?
MGK. Taking a while.
Oh my God, there's a lot of words. What does it mean? Where's the gender at? Oh my God. This is my gender reveal win. I got it. You guys are gonna have a beautiful baby boy.
Blue or pink's all I needed.
Nike 卖的1000 pieces.
This legislation does not take sides between reach me.
No way! Brand new Xbox was just revealed. This.
What I've noticed a lot lately is they're not using markers to actually color the blue area. What they're using is that Crayola pencil, that color blue pencil. And then what they do is they try to match it up with that. I've seen it on a lot of cards. So they get the pencil and they start shaving the color off. And so, you know, it becomes like dust particles. So with the dust particles, you just do this and you just start doing this. You start rubbing it off like that, until it somewhat like covers up the white spot a little bit. A lot of the times they send that to PSA like that, because what normally it happens when you do it with marker, it bleeds. You can already tell, hey, it's tampered with, it's altered colored. You know, at least with this, it's like somewhat like dust particles and shit like that. What I've noticed a lot lately.
Oh, I can't wait to get home. Bro, what are you doing?
You good.
Hey, whoa.
Come on, nigga. Chill out, kid. No, we ain't doing all that. Hey, we ain't fighting again. Whoa. Oh, now he kicking. Hey, watch the steamer. Watch the steamer. You good. Hey, whoa.
Oh, I didn't even play the music. Hang on, I'm just hovering over it.
Yellow, look. Police get behind this Dodge, I'ma dip on them. Get nervous if she pull that coochie out and this is it on it. I don't want the coochie if I gotta spit on it. Flo Millie said a nigga not her type cause I'm big boned.
Come on, bro.
What?
Come on, bro.
What's up?
With the crazy lines, bro. Come on, bro, please.
Company. Yellow. PG got me back sipping, he a bad influence. Bitch got bacon in her blood, her dad a mooch. Your son gonna be gay, send his ass to Boosie.
I'm trying to get you back to where you need to be.
Gotta get in the ring. No, you gotta get in the ring. Just beat on a nigga one time, bro. I know you used to fighting under the brand risk shit. See where I'm going?
Yeah, he'll be better off doing this for stuff.
Gotta get in the ring. No, you gotta get in the ring. Just beat.
This is what happens when your song blows up and you did not buy the beat. Just listen. Based on a true story, by the way. This is the email I got.
I got designs on my torso. What the fuck? I need a shirt for.
Do you know something happened on this boat that impressed all the men on the boat and
That you did?
grossed out all the women?
What?
No, that somebody else did.
What happened?
So there was this like other celebrity who's famous.
Yeah.
Who decided to like come around the yacht with his friends and like ride jet skis and do like donuts and stuff like around the boat, like, and they were like, yeah, we're fucking cool, like, yeah, bro. Yeah, man. It's crazy, yeah. Woo. Right? So cool. And I was like, yuck. You know whose dick I don't want to ever suck? That guy. Disgusting.
Oh,
not you.
Iggy, why'd you have to?
Sorry.
Okay.
The guy behind you over there.
Him.
Keeping it a buck, but they still call me Penny. All about my cheese, why you think I live in Derry? The only way I do is keep me fear in this town.
My dirt bike mechanic just texted me, hey, your bike's been sitting in my shop for 2 weeks. Why don't you come by tonight after close and we can go over the damage together? Just us. Just us? Sir, it's a carburetor rebuild, not a candlelit dinner. So I text back, what do you mean go over the damage? Can't you just send me the invoice? And this man goes, some things you really need to see in person. I'll have a couple beers cold. You can sit on it after and see how it feels. Sit on it and see how it feels at 10:47 at night in his shop with beers. So I said, Mike, I just need the bike fixed. I'll pick it up during normal hours. And he hits me with, I've actually been holding off on charging you for the diagnostics. Figured we could work something out when you come grab it. Work something out? He's been holding my bike hostage for 2 weeks and waiving fees like he's running up a tab? Like every time he didn't charge me for something, he was keeping score? Like I owe him something now besides labor costs? He's the only good mechanic within 40 miles who knows 2 strokes. I can't take my shit somewhere else. But sir, you're supposed to be rebuilding my top end, not trying to get me alone at midnight. What should I do? My dirt bike mechanic just texted.
They say you can't turn a hoe into a housewife, but what about a dirt bag? I've been on and off living out of my minivan for the past 2 years, trying to find home. 3 different cities, in 3 different states. I've tried and failed to start over, just to end up back where I started. I'm 29 years old.
Cash and get at me. Got the screen in my pocket like wasabi. Roof off the road.
All right, check it out. Whenever pranks get intense and we need to make a clean getaway. Nice.
Is that the same as what it was on the other side?
Yeah.
Flip it back again.
So you're kind of just...
So we can, you know, like in the movies when they press the button and it flips the license plate?
But it's just the same number though.
But why does one side look fake?
I don't think he gets the reason.
Yeah, so they can't write down the license plate number, but if it's just the same.
But if you flip it, then they can't, right?
It's exactly, this completely defeats the purpose of a license plate flipper.
What do you mean? All right, check it out. Whenever pranks get intense.
Talking about they took my bitch, you know that ain't my only bitch. Brought her to the crib, she walked through front door on some holy shit. Don't ask for no feature, only rapping on my homie shit. Let my brothers come up off my name and they on me shit. I can't let you come up off my...
We got lags.
Xbox might have just made the most generational comeback for consoles of all time. Today was the 25th anniversary for the showcase of Xbox, and they just announced their new limited edition Xbox, which resembles the original with this nice dark green see-through technology look, and the controller looks amazing. The console looks amazing. I feel like I want to go cop this just for nostalgia because I grew up on Xbox and they absolutely bodied it with this design. But not only that, then they created a limited edition bundle for Halo. The game lineup was absolutely peak as well with the exclusives. I'm not gonna lie, this new ownership in Xbox has absolutely been cooking. She has a goal to make it the #1 console, and I can see it happening because they have been cooking, because they've been taking all the rights.
Yo, this shit is too funny, bro. I'm not even about to play this with.
All this pain that you.
Hey, you kind of look dope. Dang, you might be the dopest anime. You too. You look like a real anime character, though. Oh shit.
Are we fitting?
All right. Hey, you kind of look dope. Dang, you might be the dopest anime. You too. You look like a real anime character, though.
Entonces, esta de we can.
They call in the store? Put it on speaker. Put it on speaker.
Hello.
Man.
You said what? I ain't gonna lie. Go to the yellow pages. Go to listen, gang. Go to yellow pages and look up you sucking dick.
Fuck 31, I can't wait to get.
Wait, let me see. Can I see a little 360? I'm not gonna lie, can I be honest with you? Yeah. Wait, first off, throw it back on him right now. Fuck that shit. Throw it back. Or on me, or on both of us. Oh, both of us.
Okay.
Yeah? I'm first, go.
This is gonna go fire on my.
You know, I'd fuck that shit up. Wow. Wait, but...
We going to play.
You be in my backyard a lot, bro.
Bro?
Yeah.
What's backyard?
Huh?
What backyard?
You have an attitude problem.
No,
you
no,
want
no.
to act like
They met before. That's the only thing. Hold on, wait. Can you just say? Just don't say nothing. Wait, I just need you. Like you're one of us.
Got this sticky, sticky with the blicky,
All right, wait right there. No, but I fuck with you.
Can I bring?
You getting by.
Alright, 4 more minutes, we're gonna shut it down and restart the stream again. Correct me. 16 more minutes.
When you individuate, you don't harden into fixed patterns. Your personality remains dynamic, responsive, capable of change. This shows on your face. Fewer rigid tension patterns, less defended posture. Your expressions shift naturally because you're not maintaining a mask. The path of spiritual growth through individuation isn't easy. It means questioning lifelong beliefs. Disappointing people who prefer you stay the same. Tolerating the discomfort of not knowing who you'll become next. But this discomfort is life itself, moving through you, keeping you vital. You carry a brightness others notice because you're alive in ways most people aren't. While they maintain carefully constructed identities, using enormous energy to stay the same, you use that energy to become. And becoming is the fountain of youth. Reason 2. You've integrated significant shadow material. At 35, Michael looked a decade younger. Not just his appearance, but something he radiated. A lightness, an ease. Around him, you could breathe. What people didn't know was that 5 years earlier, Michael had been someone else. Bitter, defensive, exhausted from maintaining perfection. Then something broke. He started facing parts he'd spent decades hiding. His rage, his jealousy, his shame. All the things Jung called the shadow. The shadow is every part of yourself you've rejected, denied, pushed into the unconscious. For most people, it's vast. Decades of suppressed anger, forbidden desires, qualities they were taught were bad. And keeping this hidden requires enormous psychic energy. Imagine holding a beach ball underwater your entire life. That's repressing your shadow. It takes constant effort, constant vigilance. And that effort shows on your face, in the tightness around your eyes, in the defended jaw. In exhaustion, no sleep can fix. When Michael started Carl Jung's shadow work, something remarkable happened. As he acknowledged his anger instead of pretending it didn't exist, his face softened. As he accepted his jealousy instead of projecting it, his shoulders dropped. As he integrated his shame, he could finally breathe fully. This is the paradox. People who face their darkness often look lighter than those who haven't, because they're no longer using all their energy to keep parts locked away. They've reclaimed that energy and it flows as vitality. Shadow integration doesn't mean acting on every dark impulse. It means acknowledging what's there, making conscious what was unconscious, accepting your wholeness, including parts you wish weren't there. This acceptance creates internal peace that radiates outward. Think about what you're carrying in your shadow right now. The anger you're not allowed to feel, the grief you've never processed, the parts you learned to hide. All of that drains your life force. The moment you bring it into the light, you release that energy. Your youthful appearance might tell you that you've done this work, that you've been brave enough to look at your shadow instead of running, that you've integrated enough to free up the energy most waste on repression. Jung went through his own shadow confrontation between 1913 and 1917, descending into his psychic depths, facing terrifying visions and emerging transformed. He was renewed in a way that shaped his entire life. You don't need dramatic breakdown to integrate shadow. You just need to stop pretending you're only light. The moment you can say, yes, I have rage and jealousy and pettiness, and that doesn't make me bad, it makes me human. Something relaxes in your entire being. That relaxation, that self-acceptance, is what people see when they notice why women look younger than their years. Reason 3. You live from self, not persona. Every morning, most people wake up and put on a mask. The successful professional, the devoted parent, the agreeable friend, the persona, the social role we play to get along in the world. There's nothing wrong with having a persona. We all need one. The problem comes when you forget it's a mask. When you become so identified with the role that you lose touch with who you are underneath. When the performance becomes your entire life. Living from persona is exhausting. You're constantly monitoring how you're coming across, adjusting behavior to meet expectations, suppressing reactions that don't fit your character. It's like being an actor who never leaves the stage. This constant performance ages you rapidly. Watch someone living purely from persona. Even alone, they're still performing. Their face holds tension. Their body stays guarded. They can't fully relax because on some level, they're always maintaining the image. Now watch someone living from what Jung called the self, with a capital S. The authentic center, the deeper truth of who they are. There's a difference you feel immediately. They're present, relaxed, real. Their face moves naturally because they're not controlling every expression. This authenticity isn't about being rude. It's about being honest. showing up as yourself instead of a carefully edited version designed to please everyone. And this takes far less energy than maintaining a false self. When you live from your authentic self rather than a constructed persona, your entire system relaxes. You're not split between who you are and who you're pretending to be. You're integrated, whole. And this wholeness shows on your face. People living from persona develop a defended expression. Even in rest, their face looks guarded, masked. People living from self have an open quality. Their expressions are undefended because they have nothing to hide. Your youthfulness might reflect your willingness to drop the mask, to show up authentically even when uncomfortable, to value being real over being liked. The shoe that fits one person pinches another, and there's no recipe for living that suits all cases. You've stopped wearing shoes that don't fit. You've stopped trying to be someone you're not. And the relief of that authenticity radiates as vitality. This doesn't mean you never play social roles. It means you know their roles. You can be professional at work without believing that's all you are. You maintain connection to the deeper self that exists beneath all roles. When you live this way, you stop aging in the conventional sense, because real aging happens when we abandon ourselves. When we trade authenticity for approval, when we sacrifice who we are for who we think we should be. That's what makes people old, not years. Betrayal of self. If this exploration of Carl Jung's wisdom is resonating with you, consider subscribing to discover more insights that can transform.
Subscribe, like, and follow everyone. Drop some comments. Let's boost the algorithm. Subscribe, like, and comment.
Form how you understand yourself and your journey toward becoming who you truly are. Reason 4, you maintain active imagination practice. There's a conversation happening inside you right now that most people have shut down. The dialogue between your conscious mind and the deeper unconscious. Whether this conversation is alive or dead determines almost everything about your vitality. Jung developed active imagination, intentional engagement, with images, voices, and presences that emerge from your unconscious. Not fantasy or daydreaming. Some do this through journaling, others through art movement or sitting quietly, allowing inner figures to speak. The rarest personality type isn't defined by external traits, but by this capacity for inner dialogue. The ability to...
Okay, now that it just said that, we're gonna do something. So what I do is I always take all my little projects I'm working on. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take these little articles that I'm doing, and when I'm putting the backlog articles, we're gonna replay them and listen to them. Instead of listening to YouTube, we're gonna start listening to that next. We'll go through that next, but that'll be the next episode.
Maintaining a living relationship with deeper layers of your psyche instead of cutting yourself off. Most people shut this conversation down early. They're taught that imagination is for children, that inner voices are unstable, that only external reality
Imagination
is
Nation.
valid. So they close the door to their inner world. And something dies. You can see this deadness in people's eyes. A flatness. They're operating purely from conscious awareness, cut off from the wellspring of creativity and renewal that lives in the unconscious. They've become people living half lives using only a fraction of their psychological capacity. But you've kept that door open. Through dreams you actually pay attention to. Through creative work that lets something deeper flow. Through meditation or long walks where your mind wanders into unexpected territory. You've maintained the bridge between conscious and unconscious. When these dimensions communicate, energy circulates. Insights from the unconscious renew conscious perspective. Questions from consciousness invite deeper wisdom to emerge. It's like a conversation
Truth. Very true.
Keeping both parties alive and growing. People whose inner life has gone silent become rigid, predictable, stuck in the same patterns year after year. Nothing new emerges. Nothing transforms. They're psychologically stagnant, and that stagnation ages them from within. People with rich inner lives are always discovering something new about themselves, always integrating fresh perspectives, always being surprised by what emerges from within. This continuous renewal from the depths keeps them psychologically young regardless of chronological age. Active imagination isn't about escaping reality. It's engaging with the full reality of your psyche, not just the narrow band your ego controls. This engagement
Everyone go drop a
creates
follow,
dynamism,
like, and
a
subscribe.
fluidity,
Follow, like, and
and
subscribe.
aliveness
Comment,
that shows
share
in
with a
everything
friend.
about you.
We're going to be streaming for
Your
100
expressions
days. Today's
shift
day
naturally
8 out of
because
100.
you're not locked
100 days streaming marathon. Go like, follow,
Your eyes have
subscribe.
depth
Like,
because
follow,
there's actually
subscribe,
depth behind them,
and go
a rich
share it with a
inner
friend.
world
Akashic
others can
Monk.
sense.
Streaming on all platforms.
Your presence feels
Spotify,
magnetic
iTunes,
because you're
YouTube.
living
Let's
from
get it.
multiple dimensions of consciousness. When Jung practiced active imagination during his dark night between 1913 and 1917, he encountered terrifying inner figures. But he didn't run. He engaged them in dialogue, asked what they wanted, what they represented. Through this brave engagement with his own
I should have been
depths, he was
streaming since
renewed
2018, but I don't know why. I don't know what I was doing.
You don't
Or
need
2020 at
dramatic
least.
visions.
Like,
You
it's already
just need to pay
2026.
attention
What
to
are we
what
doing?
emerges from within. A recurring image,